Alright, little, I'm going to sleep, bro.
Welcome to a journey through one of the most transformative decades.
Rodgers floats it. Touchdown! Green Bay wins.
The most transformative decades in NFL history. As we explore the 2000s, we'll witness the birth of dynasties, the evolution of the game itself, and moments that defined not just football, but American culture, from Y2K fears to 9/11's impact, from unknown backup quarterbacks becoming legends, to defensive juggernauts rewriting the record books. This decade changed everything. In order for us to continue making these videos, please make sure you're subscribed to the channel. So settle in, dim the lights, and let us guide you through 10 years of football history that shaped the modern NFL. Take a deep breath and let the stories wash over you as we begin our journey into the new millennium. Picture this, January 28, 2001, Raymond James Stadium in Tampa Bay. The Baltimore Ravens defense, perhaps the greatest single-season defensive unit in NFL history, is about to put an exclamation point on one of the most dominant campaigns ever witnessed. They've allowed just 165 points all season, an average of 10.3 points per game. They've recorded 4 shutouts. They forced 49 turnovers. And now, facing the New York Giants in the sport's biggest game, they're about to author a defensive masterpiece that would be remembered forever. Trent Dilfer, the Ravens quarterback, wasn't supposed to be here. He was a journeyman, a backup who'd been thrust into the starting role after Tony Banks struggled early in the season. But that was the beauty of this Ravens team. They didn't need a superstar quarterback. They had something far more valuable, a defense that could single-handedly win a championship. Ray Lewis prowled the middle of the field like a general commanding his troops. At linebacker, he was the emotional and spiritual leader of this unit, a player who could diagnose plays before they developed and deliver crushing hits that echoed through stadiums. Beside him, his fellow linebacker Peter Bulware provided pass rushing ability from the edge, while inside, Sam Adams and Tony Siragusa clogged running lanes with their massive frames. But the Ravens' defense was more than just individual talent. It was a perfectly orchestrated symphony of aggression. In the secondary, Rod Woodson, though aging, still possessed the instincts and veteran leadership to anchor the unit. Chris McAllister and Dwayne Starks at cornerback could match up with any receiving corps in the league, while safety, Kim Herring, provided the kind of sure tackling that turned potential big plays into modest gains. The defensive line featured a rotation of players who could pressure the quarterback and stuff the run with equal effectiveness. Michael McCrary and Rob Burnett provided consistent pass rush from the ends, while the interior was manned by players who understood their roles perfectly, occupy blockers, create gaps for the linebackers, and collapse the pocket. As Super Bowl XXXV unfolded, the Ravens defense put on a clinic. They intercepted 5 passes from Giants quarterback Kerry Collins, returning one for a touchdown. They sacked Collins 4 times. They held the Giants' running game to just 86 yards. By the 4th quarter, the game had become a rout, with the Ravens winning 34-7. But the margin of victory only told part of the story. This was a complete and utter domination by a defense that had redefined what was possible. But to understand how the Ravens reached this pinnacle, and how their success fit into the broader narrative of the NFL's entry into the 2000s, we need to step back and examine the league as it stood at the dawn of the new millennium. The year 2000 represented more than just a change in the calendar. It was a moment of uncertainty, transformation, and possibility that would define the entire decade to come. The Y2K phenomenon had gripped America in the months leading up to January 1st, 2000. Computer systems around the world were potentially vulnerable to a programming quirk that could cause massive failures when the date switched from 1999 to 2000. Banks, airlines, power grids, and yes, even sports organizations had spent months preparing for potential chaos. The NFL, like every major institution, had contingency plans in place for what many feared could be a technological apocalypse. Of course, Y2K came and went with minimal disruption. Computer systems continued to function, the lights stayed on, and life proceeded normally. But the hype surrounding Y2K had created a strange psychological atmosphere as America entered the new millennium, a sense that anything could change, that the old rules might no longer apply, that a new era was beginning, whether people were ready for it or not. This sense of transition was perfectly embodied by the NFL as it entered the 2000s. The league was coming off the 1999 season, which had been shortened by a lockout that canceled the entire preseason and delayed the start of the regular season until late September. The labor dispute had been resolved, but it had left some lingering tensions between players and owners that would influence the league's development throughout the decade. More importantly, the NFL was in the midst of a generational transition. Many of the stars who had defined the 1990s were either retiring or entering the twilight of their careers. John Elway had retired after winning Super Bowl #3. Dan Marino had played his final game. Troy Aikman was dealing with concussion issues that would soon force his retirement. Steve Young's career was winding down due to similar concerns. This changing of the guard created opportunities for new stars to emerge, and the 2000 season would introduce several players who would dominate the decade to come. But it also created uncertainty about what the league's identity would become. The 1990s had been characterized by high-scoring offensive attacks, the Buffalo Bills' no-huddle offense, the San Francisco 49ers' West Coast attack, the Green Bay Packers' precision passing game with Brett Favre, and the Dallas Cowboys' balanced excellence. As teams prepared for the 2000 season, many were unsure whether this offensive trend would continue or whether the pendulum would swing back toward defense. The salary cap, which had been implemented in 1994, was beginning to have profound effects on team construction. Organizations could no longer simply outspend their competition for top talent. They had to be smarter, more strategic, more innovative in how they built their rosters. The Baltimore Ravens exemplified this new approach to team building. Rather than trying to acquire expensive offensive weapons, they had invested heavily in defense, believing that a dominant defensive unit could carry a team to championship success, even with limited offensive talent. This wasn't a revolutionary concept. The 1985 Chicago Bears and 2000 Ravens shared some philosophical DNA, but it represented a conscious choice to build differently than many of their contemporaries. The Ravens' approach to defense wasn't just about acquiring talented individuals, though they certainly had those. It was about creating a system that maximized each player's strengths while minimizing weaknesses. Ray Lewis wasn't just a great linebacker, he was the perfect fit for defensive coordinator Marvin Lewis's scheme, which emphasized speed, aggression, and communication. Lewis had played college football at Miami, where he'd been part of a legendary defense that included future NFL stars Warren Sapp, Dwayne Johnson, who would become The Rock, and others. The Miami defense of the early 1990s had been characterized by relentless pursuit, physical intimidation, and an almost supernatural ability to create turnovers. Lewis brought that mentality to Baltimore, where he found players who could execute his vision. The Ravens' linebacker corps was particularly special. In addition to Ray Lewis, they had Peter Boulware, a converted defensive end who could rush the passer or cover receivers with equal effectiveness. Boulware had been drafted out of Florida State, where he'd been part of another legendary collegiate defense. His versatility allowed the Ravens to create mismatches and confusion for opposing offenses. Jamie Sharper provided depth and special teams excellence, while veterans like Cornell Brown added experience and leadership. But the key to the Ravens' linebacker play was the communication and chemistry between the players. They had spent countless hours studying film together, learning each other's tendencies, developing the kind of intuitive understanding that allowed them to react as a unit rather than as individuals. The secondary was equally impressive, though perhaps less flashy than the linebacker corps. Rod Woodson was nearing the end of a Hall of Fame career, but his football intelligence and leadership were invaluable to the younger players around him. At 35 years old, Woodson had seen everything the NFL could offer, and his ability to recognize formations and route combinations before they developed made him an extension of the coaching staff on the field. Chris McAllister and Dwayne Starks at cornerback represented the new breed of NFL defensive backs. Tall, athletic players who could match up with the increasingly large and fast wide receivers that were becoming common around the league. McAllister, in particular, had the kind of size and speed combination that allowed him to cover any type of receiver, from slot receivers running precise routes to deep threats trying to stretch the field vertically. The safety position was manned by Kim Herring, a player who embodied the Ravens' team-first mentality. Herring wasn't the most athletically gifted safety in the league, but his understanding of the defense and his sure tackling made him perfect for his role. He rarely made spectacular plays, but he almost never made mistakes. And in a defense that relied on 11 players working in perfect harmony, reliability was more valuable than individual brilliance. The defensive line rotation was deep and talented, with each player understanding his specific role within the larger scheme. Michael McCrary and Rob Burnett at defensive end could generate pressure on passing downs while holding their ground against the run. McCrary, in particular, had developed into one of the league's more underrated pass rushers, using a combination of speed and technique to consistently threaten opposing quarterbacks. Inside, the Ravens employed a rotation of players who specialized in different aspects of defensive line play. Tony Siragusa was a space eater, a massive presence whose primary job was to occupy blockers and allow the linebackers to make plays. Sam Adams provided more athletic ability and pass rushing capability from the interior. Together, they formed a formidable wall that opposing running backs found difficult to breach. Individual talent was only part of the Ravens' defensive success. The real key was the system that defensive coordinator Marvin Lewis had implemented, a scheme that emphasized communication, adaptability, and aggression. Lewis had learned under Bill Belichick during his time with the Cleveland Browns, and he brought many of Belichick's principles to Baltimore while adding his own innovations. The Ravens' defense was built on the principle of confusion and pressure. They would show one formation before the snap, then rotate to something completely different after the snap. They would send blitzers from unexpected angles while dropping players who appeared to be rushing into coverage. They would use Ray Lewis as a decoy, showing him in one position to suggest a particular coverage or pressure package, then moving him to an entirely different location. This approach required exceptional communication and preparation. The players spent hours each week studying opposing offenses, not just learning their tendencies, but understanding the reasoning behind their play calls. They would practice recognizing formation adjustments and audibles, developing the ability to adjust their own calls at the line of scrimmage to counter whatever the offense was trying to do. The psychological aspect of the Ravens' defense was equally important. Ray Lewis's pregame speeches were legendary, emotional outbursts that could inspire his teammates and intimidate opponents. But the mental edge went beyond motivation. It was built into the way the defense played. They celebrated big hits, mocked opposing players, and generally created an atmosphere of intimidation that affected how offenses approached the game. This intimidation wasn't just about individual confrontations, though those certainly occurred. It was about creating a cumulative effect over the course of a game where opposing players began to hesitate, to look for the hit instead of focusing on their assignments, to make the kinds of mental errors that the Ravens were perfectly positioned to exploit. The 2000 regular season had been a masterpiece of defensive execution. The Ravens allowed just 970 rushing yards, an average of 60.6 yards per game. They gave up only 165 points, which worked out to 10.3 points per game. They recorded 35 interceptions and 49 total turnovers. They had 4 shutouts, including a remarkable stretch where they didn't allow an offensive touchdown for 5 straight games. But statistics, impressive as they were, couldn't fully capture the dominance of this defense. There were games where opposing offenses managed only a few first downs. There were quarters where the Ravens allowed negative total yardage. There were drives that lasted one play because the Ravens forced a fumble or interception before the offense could establish any rhythm. The Ravens' offensive struggles actually made their defensive achievements more impressive. With Trent Dilfer at quarterback, the offense was conservative and often ineffective. They ranked near the bottom of the league in most offensive categories. This meant the defense was constantly on the field, constantly under pressure to create short fields and scoring opportunities, constantly asked to do more than just prevent points. Yet somehow, this seemed to make the defense even better. The pressure of carrying the team brought out the best in players like Ray Lewis, who seemed to thrive on the responsibility. The knowledge that one mistake could cost to the team a game made every player more focused, more prepared, more determined not to be the weak link. As the playoffs approached, many observers wondered whether the Ravens' defensive dominance could translate to postseason success. History suggested it could. Great defenses had won Super Bowls before. But the Ravens faced unique challenges. Their offensive limitations meant they would need to play mistake-free football while generating enough points to win low-scoring games. Their relative inexperience in pressure situations meant they would need to perform at their highest level when the stakes were greatest. The wild card round provided an early test when the Ravens faced the Denver Broncos at home. The Broncos had finished 11-5 during the regular season and featured a balanced offense led by veteran quarterback Gus Ferraro. Denver had weapons at running back with Mike Anderson and Olandis Gary, while their receiving core included Rod Smith and Ed McCaffrey, two experienced veterans who knew how to exploit defensive weaknesses. The game unfolded exactly as Ravens fans hoped it would. The defense dominated from the opening drive, forcing turnovers and creating short fields for the offense. Ray Lewis seemed to be everywhere, making tackles, breaking up passes, and providing the kind of emotional leadership that elevated his teammates' performance. The Ravens won 21-3, a comfortable margin that actually understated their dominance. The divisional round brought a tougher challenge against the Tennessee Titans, a team that had reached the Super Bowl the previous season and featured one of the league's most explosive offenses. The Titans had Steve McNair at quarterback, a mobile threat who could make plays with both his arm and his legs. Their running game was anchored by Eddie George, a powerful back who could wear down defenses over the course of a game. In the receiving core, they had Derek Mason and Frank Wycheck, players who could create mismatches in the middle of the field. The Ravens-Titans game was expected to be a defensive struggle, and it delivered on that promise. Both teams had excellent defenses, and both offenses struggled to establish consistency. The game remained close throughout, with field goals and defensive plays determining the outcome more than offensive fireworks. But in the fourth quarter, the Ravens' defense made the play that defined their championship run. With Tennessee driving for a potential game-winning score, Ray Lewis diagnosed a play-action pass, broke on the route, and intercepted Steve McNair's throw, returning it deep into Titans territory. The interception set up the game-winning touchdown and sent the Ravens to the AFC Championship game. The conference championship featured a matchup with the Oakland Raiders, a team built around one of the league's most explosive passing attacks. Rich Gannon at quarterback could stretch the field vertically, while also managing a short passing game that featured multiple receivers. Tim Brown and Jerry Rice, though aging, were still dangerous weapons, while Charlie Garner provided a dual threat capability out of the backfield. The Raiders represented everything the Ravens' defense had been designed to stop: a high-powered offense with multiple weapons and the ability to score quickly. If the Ravens were going to validate their approach to team building, this was the game where they needed to prove that defense could still dominate even the most sophisticated offensive attacks. The AFC Championship game became another defensive showcase, though the Raiders managed to move the ball more effectively than previous Ravens opponents. Rich Gannon used quick passes and misdirection to avoid the Ravens' pass rush, while the Raiders' running game found some success against Baltimore's aggressive front seven. But in crucial situations, the Ravens' defense came through. They forced turnovers at key moments, pressured Gannon into hurried throws, and generally made life difficult for an Oakland offense that had averaged over 27 points per game during the regular season. The Ravens won 16-3, earning their first Super Bowl appearance in franchise history. Super Bowl XV against the New York Giants was supposed to be a clash between two excellent defenses, but the Ravens unit proved to be in a different class entirely. The Giants had managed to reach the Super Bowl behind their own strong defensive play, led by Michael Strawn and a secondary that had created turnovers throughout the playoffs. But from the opening drive, it was clear that the Ravens' defense was operating on a different level. They pressured Kerry Collins into hurried throws, forced fumbles, and generally created the kind of chaos that had characterized their entire season. When the final gun sounded, the Ravens had won 34-7, capping one of the most dominant defensive seasons in NFL history. The Ravens' Super Bowl victory represented more than just one team's success. It validated an approach to team building that emphasized defense over offense, system over individual talent, and preparation over raw athleticism. In an era when many teams were chasing offensive innovation and high-powered passing attacks, the Ravens had proven that a great defense could still carry a team to championship success. But their victory also marked the beginning of changes that would define the entire 2000s decade. The success of the Ravens' defense would influence rule changes designed to help offensive production. Teams around the league would try to replicate Baltimore's defensive approach, leading to an arms race in defensive innovation. And the Ravens' championship would serve as inspiration for other defensively minded teams throughout the decade. Ray Lewis would become the face of this defensive revolution, a player whose combination of talent, leadership, and emotion embodied everything the Ravens represented. His pregame speeches, his on-field celebrations, and his relentless pursuit of excellence would make him one of the decade's most recognizable figures, a player who transcended his position to become a symbol of defensive football. The 2000 season had also featured another significant storyline that would shape the decade to come: the continued excellence of the St. Louis Rams offense. Nicknamed the greatest show on turf, led by quarterback Kurt Warner, the Rams had revolutionized offensive football with their high-powered passing attack that combined precision, speed, and creativity in ways that few teams could match. Warner's story itself was remarkable. A former Arena Football League quarterback and grocery store stock boy who had somehow become one of the NFL's most effective passers. His journey from obscurity to stardom embodied the kind of unexpected success story that made football compelling. But his success was also built on very real skills and preparation that allowed him to excel in coordinator Mike Martz's sophisticated offensive system. The Rams' offense was built around the concept of stretching the field both horizontally and vertically, creating mismatches and opportunities for big plays while maintaining the precision necessary to sustain long drives. Warner's ability to read defenses quickly and deliver accurate passes to multiple receivers made the system function, while the speed and route running ability of players like Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, and Azahir Hakim provided the weapons necessary to attack every area of the field. Marshall Faulk was perhaps the key to the entire operation, a running back whose combination of rushing ability, receiving skills, and football intelligence made him impossible for defenses to account for. Faulk could line up in the backfield and run traditional running plays, split out wide and run receiver routes, or work out of the slot and create mismatches against linebackers and safeties. His versatility forced defenses to declare their intentions before the snap, which allowed Warner and the Rams coaching staff to identify and exploit whatever weaknesses were available. The offensive line, led by Orlando Pace at left tackle, provided the protection necessary for Warner to operate effectively, while also creating running lanes for Faulk and the other Rams backs. Pace was perhaps the most dominant left tackle of his generation, a player whose combination of size, athleticism, and technique made him capable of handling any pass rusher in one-on-one situations. The Rams had won Super Bowl MVP following the 1999 season, defeating the Tennessee Titans in a thrilling game that showcased the explosive potential of their offensive attack. Entering the 2000 season, they were expected to repeat as champions, with many observers believing that their offensive innovation had given them a sustainable advantage over the rest of the league. The 2000 regular season seemed to validate this belief. The Rams finished 10-6 and earned a wild card berth, with Warner throwing for over 3,400 yards and 21 touchdowns, while Faulk rushed for over 1,300 yards and caught 81 passes for another 830 yards. Their offense remained explosive and difficult to defend, capable of scoring from anywhere on the field at any time. But the playoffs revealed some of the limitations of the Rams' approach. In the divisional round, they faced the New Orleans Saints, a team with a solid defense, but nothing approaching the Ravens' level of dominance. The game was closer than many expected, with the Rams winning 31-28 in a contest that featured more defensive stops than their regular season games typically included. The NFC Championship game against the Philadelphia Eagles provided an even sterner test. The Eagles had built their team around a strong defense and a conservative offensive approach, led by quarterback Donovan McNabb. Philadelphia's defense, coordinated by Jim Johnson, was designed to create pressure and turnovers while limiting big plays. The Eagles managed to contain the Rams' offense for most of the game, using a combination of pressure and coverage to disrupt the timing and precision that made the Rams so effective. The game remained close throughout, with both teams trading scores and defensive stops, but in the fourth quarter, the Rams' experience and talent proved decisive, with Warner connecting with Ricky Proehl for the game-winning touchdown with under 2 minutes remaining. The NFC Championship victory sent the Rams back to the Super Bowl, where they would face the Baltimore Ravens in what many expected to be a classic matchup between offense and defense. The game was billed as the greatest show on turf versus the Purple Rain, a clash between two completely different philosophies of team building and game planning. Super Bowl XXXV would indeed prove to be decisive in determining which approach would define the early 2000s, but the outcome was more one-sided than most observers anticipated. The Ravens' defense completely dominated the Rams' offense, forcing 5 turnovers and holding Warner to just 134 passing yards. The final score of 34-7 in favor of Baltimore suggested that defense, at least in this instance, was significantly more important than offense. But the Ravens' Super Bowl victory didn't end the influence of the Rams' offensive innovations. Teams around the league had been studying and adapting elements of the greatest show on turf, and these concepts would continue to evolve throughout the decade. The emphasis on multiple receiver sets, the use of running backs as receivers, and the concept of stretching the field both horizontally and vertically would all become standard elements of NFL offenses. The 2000 season had also featured the continued development of several young players who would become stars throughout the decade. Tom Brady was still a backup quarterback at the University of Michigan, preparing for the 2000 NFL Draft, where he would be selected in the 6th round by the New England Patriots. At the time, few observers expected Brady to become anything more than a career backup, but his work ethic, competitiveness, and understanding of the game were already evident to those who worked with him closely. Peyton Manning was entering his 3rd NFL season with the Indianapolis Colts, having shown flashes of brilliance, while also demonstrating the growing pains typical of young quarterbacks. Manning's combination of intelligence, arm strength, and leadership was becoming increasingly apparent, and the Colts were building their offense around his specific skills and preferences. Brett Favre was still playing at an elite level for the Green Bay Packers, though questions were beginning to emerge about how much longer he could maintain his performance. Favre's gunslinger mentality and improvisational ability had made him one of the league's most exciting players throughout the 1990s, but his tendency toward interceptions and his sometimes reckless decision-making were becoming more problematic as defenses grew more sophisticated. The coaching ranks were also experiencing significant changes that would influence the decade's development. Bill Belichick had been hired as the head coach of the New England Patriots after his unsuccessful tenure with the Cleveland Browns, bringing with him a defensive philosophy and attention to detail that would soon revolutionize the Patriots organization. Belichick's approach emphasized preparation, adaptability, and the kind of systematic thinking that could create sustainable competitive advantages. Andy Reid had been hired as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, implementing an offensive system based on West Coast principles while emphasizing player development and organizational culture. Reid's approach to coaching emphasized communication, creativity, and the kind of long-term thinking that could build consistent success over multiple seasons. These coaching changes, along with the continuing evolution of offensive and defensive strategies, would create a dynamic environment throughout the 2000s where teams constantly had to adapt and innovate to maintain competitive advantages. The success of the Ravens' defense and the Rams' offense in 2000 had established 2 distinct templates for team building, but both would continue to evolve as coaches and players found new ways to gain edges. The 2000 season had also highlighted the increasing importance of special teams play, particularly in the context of field position and hidden yardage. The Ravens' success had been built partly on their ability to control field position through their defense, but their special teams units had also contributed significantly to their championship run. Coverage teams, return units, and kicking games were becoming more specialized and more important to overall team success. As the 2000 season concluded with the Ravens' Super Bowl victory, the NFL was positioned for a decade of significant change and development. The league's popularity was continuing to grow, television revenues were increasing, and the salary cap system was creating parity that made more teams competitive than had been the case in previous decades. The Ravens' championship had proven that defense could still carry a team to success, but it had also demonstrated the importance of complementary football and the need for all three phases of the game to work together effectively. As teams around the league studied Baltimore's success and tried to replicate their approach, the stage was set for a decade of innovation, competition, and memorable moments that would define the modern NFL. The new millennium had officially begun for the National Football League, and the Baltimore Ravens' dominant defensive performance had provided the perfect introduction to a decade that would feature dynasty building, rule changes, technological innovations, and cultural shifts that would transform professional football forever. The foundation had been laid, and everything that would follow in the 2000s would build upon the lessons learned from watching one of the greatest defenses in NFL history achieve the ultimate goal. The echoes of Baltimore's defensive masterpiece had barely faded when the NFL began preparing for the 2001 season, unaware that they were about to witness the birth of the most successful dynasty in modern professional sports. The league that emerged from Super Bowl XXV was confident in its direction, comfortable with its stars, and completely unprepared for the seismic shifts that were about to reshape everything they thought they knew about football. In New England, the Patriots were coming off a disappointing 5-11 season that had cost Pete Carroll his job and brought Bill Belichick back to the NFL as a head coach after his rocky tenure in Cleveland. Belichick arrived in Foxborough with a reputation as a defensive mastermind, but questions about his ability to lead an organization. His press conferences were famously terse, his demeanor was cold and analytical, and his previous head coaching experience had ended with the Browns' move to Baltimore. Hardly an inspiring track record for Patriots fans hoping for a quick turnaround. The Patriots roster in 2001 was a collection of solid professionals, aging veterans, and unproven young players that few observers considered championship material. Drew Bledsoe was the established starting quarterback, a strong-armed veteran who had led the team to a Super Bowl appearance in 1996, but had struggled with consistency in recent seasons. Bledsoe was talented enough to make spectacular throws, but his tendency to hold the ball too long and his immobility in the pocket made him vulnerable to pressure. Behind Bledsoe on the depth chart was Tom Brady, a second-year player who had been selected in the 6th round of the 2000 NFL Draft. With the 199th overall pick, Brady's selection had been almost an afterthought, a late-round flyer on a quarterback who had shown flashes at Michigan but had never been considered a top prospect. He was thin, slow, and possessed what scouts charitably described as an adequate arm. During his rookie season, he had appeared in only one game, completing one pass for 6 yards, hardly the stuff of legend. What few people outside the Patriots organization knew was that Brady had spent his first season and the early part of his second season obsessively preparing for an opportunity that might never. He studied film with an intensity that impressed even Belichick, a coach not easily impressed by anything. He worked with the team's strength and conditioning staff to add weight and muscle to his lanky frame. Most importantly, he had absorbed every detail of the Patriots' offensive system, learning not just his own responsibilities, but those of every other player on the field. Brady's preparation was driven by an almost pathological competitiveness that had been evident since his college days at Michigan, where he had battled for playing time and starting positions throughout his career. He had never been handed anything, never been considered a natural talent, never been the obvious choice for success. But he had also never accepted failure or mediocrity as acceptable outcomes, and he had developed the kind of work ethic and mental toughness that would serve him well in the professional ranks. The 2001 season began normally enough for the Patriots, with Bledsoe starting at quarterback and the team hoping to improve on their disappointing 2000 campaign. Belichick had implemented his defensive principles and brought in several players who fit his system. But the changes were evolutionary rather than revolutionary. The Patriots were expected to be competitive but not dominant, playoff contenders but not championship threats. The fourth game of the season, played at home against the New York Jets on September 23, 2001, appeared to be another routine contest in what was shaping up to be a rebuilding year. The Jets had a solid defense anchored by linebacker Mo Lewis, a veteran who had built his reputation on devastating hits and relentless pursuit. Bledsoe was having a decent game, moving the Patriots effectively against a Jets defense that was known for its physicality and aggression. Late in the fourth quarter, with the Patriots trailing 10-3, Bledsoe scrambled out of the pocket on what should have been a routine play. As he approached the sideline, rather than stepping out of bounds to avoid contact, Bledsoe attempted to gain a few extra yards by lowering his shoulder and fighting for additional yardage. It was a decision that would change the course of NFL history. Mo Lewis, pursuing the play from his linebacker position, delivered a perfectly legal but devastating hit that sent Bledsoe to the ground in obvious distress. The impact had been severe enough to cause internal bleeding, a life-threatening injury that required immediate hospitalization and would sideline Bledsoe for several weeks. As Bledsoe was helped off the field and eventually rushed to the hospital, Tom Brady jogged onto the field to finish the game. Few people in Foxborough Stadium that day, or watching on television around the country, recognized the significance of what they were witnessing. Brady completed the game without distinction, and the Patriots lost 10-3. The injury to Bledsoe was serious enough to generate concern and sympathy, but it was expected to be temporary. Brady was viewed as a capable backup who could manage the offense until Bledsoe returned to health. But as the week progressed and Bledsoe's recovery proved more complicated than initially expected, Brady began preparing as if he would be the starter for the foreseeable future. His preparation wasn't just about learning the game plan or understanding his responsibilities. It was about proving to his teammates, coaches, and himself that he belonged on the field with the best players in the world. Brady's first start came the following week against the Indianapolis Colts and Peyton Manning, a quarterback who was already establishing himself as one of the league's rising stars. The contrast between the two quarterbacks couldn't have been more stark. Manning was the first overall pick in 1998, blessed with obvious physical tools, football intelligence, and the kind of pedigree that suggested greatness. Brady was an afterthought, a backup pressed into service by circumstance rather than design. The game itself was a learning experience for Brady, who completed 13 of 23 passes for 168 yards in a 44-13 loss to the Colts. Manning, by contrast, threw for 413 yards and 4 touchdowns, showcasing the kind of performance that validated his status as a franchise quarterback. For many observers, the game seemed to confirm that Brady was exactly what he appeared to be, a game manager who could avoid major mistakes, but lacked the talent to lead a team to sustained success. But Belichick saw something different in Brady's performance. Despite the lopsided score, Brady had shown poise in the pocket, accuracy on short and intermediate throws, and the kind of decision-making that suggested he understood the game at a deeper level than his draft position would indicate. More importantly, Brady had responded to adversity by working harder, studying more film, and demonstrating the kind of leadership qualities that Belichick valued above pure physical talent. As the weeks passed and Brady continued to start games, subtle changes began to appear in the Patriots' offensive approach. The system was simplified to emphasize Brady's strengths, quick decision-making, accuracy, and timing, while minimizing his weaknesses. Short passing routes replaced deep throws, methodical drives replaced big play attempts, and ball control became more important than explosive offense. The transformation wasn't immediately apparent to casual observers, but it was evident to anyone studying the Patriots closely. Brady was learning to manage games rather than trying to dominate them, making the safe play when it was available, and taking calculated risks only when necessary. His completion percentage was solid, his interception rate was low, and his ability to avoid sacks was improving each week. More importantly, Brady was earning the respect of his teammates through his preparation, work ethic, and performance in pressure situations. Veterans like linebacker Teddy Bruschi safety lawyer Malloy, and defensive end Richard Seymour began to notice that Brady never seemed overwhelmed by the moment, never appeared to doubt his ability to succeed, and never failed to put in the extra work necessary to improve his performance. The Patriots' defense, meanwhile, was beginning to implement Belichick's system with increasing effectiveness. The coach's defensive philosophy emphasized versatility, preparation, and situational awareness rather than pure talent or athleticism. Players were expected to understand multiple positions, study opponents' tendencies extensively, and make split-second decisions based on what they saw rather than simply following predetermined assignments. This approach required intelligent players who could process information quickly and adapt to changing circumstances, but it also allowed the Patriots to create confusion for opposing offenses while maximizing the effectiveness of their available talent. Players like linebacker Mike Vrabel, safety Rodney Harrison, and cornerback Ty Law thrived in this system, becoming more effective than their individual skills might have suggested possible. As the 2001 regular season progressed, the Patriots gradually improved, winning some games they weren't expected to win, while developing the kind of chemistry and confidence that suggested they might be better than their talent level indicated. Brady's performance remained steady rather than spectacular, but his leadership and reliability were becoming increasingly apparent to teammates and coaches. The turning point came in late November, when Drew Bledsoe was medically cleared to return to action. Conventional wisdom suggested that Belichick would immediately reinstate Bledsoe as the starting quarterback. He was more experienced, more talented, and had been the face of the franchise for nearly a decade. Brady was viewed as a placeholder who had performed admirably, but was obviously inferior to the established veteran. Instead, Belichick made a decision that shocked the football world and demonstrated his willingness to prioritize winning over sentiment, politics, or conventional thinking. He announced that Brady would remain the starting quarterback, explaining that the team was playing well and that continuity was important for their continued development. The decision was controversial within the Patriots organization and throughout the NFL. Bledsoe was understandably frustrated, having worked hard to return from his injury only to find his job given to an unproven second-year player. Some veterans questioned whether Belichick was making the right choice, while media coverage suggested that the coach was letting personal preferences override obvious talent differences. But Belichick's decision was based on what he observed in practice, in games, and in team meetings every day. Brady wasn't just performing adequately, he was improving rapidly, demonstrating leadership qualities, and making the kind of decisions that suggested he understood winning football at a deeper level than his age and experience would indicate. More importantly, the team was responding to Brady's leadership and playing with increasing confidence and cohesion. The Patriots finished the 2001 regular season with an 11-5 record, earning a playoff berth that few observers had predicted at the season's beginning. Brady had thrown for 2,843 yards and 18 touchdowns, while completing 63.9% of his passes and throwing only 12 interceptions. The numbers were solid, but not spectacular, the kind of statistical line that suggested competent game management rather than star-level performance. But statistics couldn't capture Brady's most important contributions: his ability to make crucial throws in pressure situations, his leadership in the huddle and on the sidelines, and his apparent immunity to the kind of mistakes that derailed many young quarterbacks. He had absorbed Belichick's system completely, understanding not just his own responsibilities, but the reasoning behind every play call and adjustment. The playoff draw pitted the Patriots against the Oakland Raiders in the divisional round, a matchup that appeared to favor Oakland significantly. The Raiders had finished 10-6 during the regular season and featured one of the league's most explosive offenses, led by quarterback Rich Gannon, and a receiving corps that included Tim Brown, Jerry Rice, and Charlie Garner. More importantly, the game would be played at Foxborough Stadium in New England, but under conditions that heavily favored the more experienced Raiders team. A snowstorm was predicted for game day, creating the kind of sloppy, unpredictable conditions that could neutralize the Patriots' home field advantage while potentially benefiting the team with more veteran leadership and playoff experience. The game became known as the Tuck Rule game, though that nickname would only emerge after the controversial ruling that decided its outcome. For most of the contest, it appeared that the Raiders' experience and talent would prove decisive, Gannon was managing the difficult conditions effectively, while the Raiders' defense was pressuring Brady and forcing the kinds of mistakes that young quarterbacks typically make in their first playoff games. Late in the fourth quarter, with snow falling heavily and visibility limited, the Raiders led 13-10 and appeared to be in control of the game. Brady and the Patriots' offense had struggled to move the ball consistently, while Oakland's defense was playing with the kind of confidence and aggression that suggested they expected to advance to the AFC Championship game. But with under 2 minutes remaining, Brady began one of the most important drives of his career. Working from his own 32-yard line, he completed several short passes that moved the Patriots into Raiders territory. The conditions were treacherous, with players slipping on the snow-covered field and the ball becoming increasingly difficult to handle. But Brady was making the kinds of precise throws that kept drives alive. As the Patriots approached the Raiders' red zone, the situation became increasingly desperate. Time was running short, and a field goal would only tie the game, sending it to overtime under conditions that favored neither team. Brady needed to either score a touchdown or position the team for a makeable field goal attempt, while avoiding the kind of catastrophic mistake that would end their season immediately. With 1:43 remaining and the Patriots facing 2nd and 10 from the Raiders' 28-yard line, Brady dropped back to pass, pump faked to freeze the safety, and then attempted to bring the ball down to his body to secure it before being tackled. But Raiders cornerback Charles Woodson had timed his rush perfectly, stripping the ball from Brady's hands just as the quarterback was pulling it toward his body. The ball bounced loose on the snowy field, and Raiders linebacker Greg Beekert recovered it, apparently sealing Oakland's victory and ending the Patriots' season. The Raiders celebrated on the field, while Patriots fans began heading for the exits, convinced that their team's surprising season had come to an end in heartbreaking fashion. But referee Walt Coleman was conferring with other officials, reviewing the play to determine whether Brady had been in the process of throwing a forward pass when the ball was stripped, or whether he had already completed his throwing motion and was simply trying to secure the ball. The distinction was crucial because of a relatively obscure rule known as the tuck rule. The tuck rule stated that if a quarterback begins a forward passing motion and then brings the ball back toward his body, the play is still considered an incomplete pass rather than a fumble until the quarterback has complete control of the ball. The rule had been implemented to clarify situations where quarterbacks appeared to be fumbling but were actually in the process of throwing the ball. But it was rarely invoked and poorly understood by most fans and even some players. After several minutes of review, Coleman announced that the play was an incomplete pass rather than a fumble, citing the tuck rule. The Patriots would retain possession of the ball with an opportunity to continue their drive, while the Raiders were left stunned by a ruling that seemed to contradict what everyone had seen happen on the field. The controversy surrounding the tuck rule would persist for years, with many observers arguing that the rule itself was flawed and that the application in this situation was incorrect. Raiders fans, in particular, would maintain that Brady had clearly fumbled the ball and that the Patriots had been the beneficiaries of an incorrect ruling that changed the course of NFL history. But regardless of the controversy, the Patriots still needed to execute in the remaining time to take advantage of their reprieve. Brady completed a short pass to running back J.R. Redmond that moved the ball to the Raiders' 5-yard line, setting up a 45-yard field goal attempt by kicker Adam Vinatieri through the falling snow. Vinatieri's kick was true, tying the game at 13-13 and sending it to overtime under conditions that had become even more treacherous. The snow was falling more heavily, the field was becoming increasingly slippery, and both teams were dealing with the kind of physical and mental exhaustion that comes from playing in extreme weather conditions. In overtime, the Patriots won the coin toss and chose to receive the ball, giving Brady and the offense an opportunity to win the game with a touchdown or set up another field goal attempt. Brady methodically moved the team down the field, completing short passes and managing the clock while avoiding the turnovers that could give Oakland an opportunity to win. The drive culminated with another field goal attempt by Vinatieri, this one from 23 yards, in conditions that were somehow even worse than those for his game-tying kick. But the veteran kicker remained calm under pressure, connecting on the kick that gave the Patriots a 16-13 overtime victory and sent them to the AFC Championship game. The victory over Oakland was significant, not just because it kept the Patriots' season alive, but because it demonstrated Brady's ability to perform in the most pressure-packed situations. His fourth quarter and overtime performance had shown poise, accuracy, and leadership that suggested he possessed the intangible qualities necessary to succeed at the highest levels of professional football. More importantly, the game had revealed something about the Patriots' organizational culture under Belichick's leadership. Rather than being overwhelmed by adversity, the team had responded by playing more aggressively and cohesively. They had trusted their preparation, executed their assignments, and found ways to make plays when they were needed most. The AFC Championship game would pit the Patriots against the Pittsburgh Steelers, a team that had compiled a 13-3 regular season record and was widely considered the favorite to represent the AFC in Super Bowl X6. The Steelers featured a balanced offense led by quarterback Cordell Stewart and running back Jerome Bettis, while their defense was anchored by linebacker Jason Gilden and safety Troy Polamalu. The game was played at Heinz Field in Pittsburgh, giving the Steelers a significant home field advantage in front of one of the NFL's most passionate fan bases. The Steelers had more talent, more experience, and more motivation, having been disappointed by their early playoff exit the previous season and desperate to reach their first Super Bowl since 1995. But the Patriots played the game with the kind of confidence and precision that had characterized their surprising playoff run. Brady was efficient rather than spectacular, completing 12 of 18 passes for 115 yards and 1 touchdown while avoiding interceptions and managing the game situation effectively. The Patriots' defense, meanwhile, forced several turnovers and consistently pressured Stewart into hurried throws and poor decisions. The final score was 24-17 in favor of New England, a result that shocked most neutral observers and sent the Patriots to their first Super Bowl appearance since 1996. Brady had now led the team through 2 playoff victories over more talented and experienced opponents, suggesting that his rapid development was real and sustainable rather than the product of luck or favorable circumstances. Super Bowl X6 would feature a matchup between the Patriots and the St. Louis Rams, a contest that most observers viewed as heavily favoring St. Louis. The Rams were returning to the Super Bowl after their disappointing loss to Baltimore the previous year, and their offensive attack remained one of the most explosive and sophisticated in the league. Kurt Warner was still playing at an elite level, having thrown for over 4,800 yards and 36 touchdowns during the 2001 regular season. Marshall Faulk remained one of the league's most versatile and dangerous offensive weapons, while the receiving core of Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, and Zahir Hakim could stretch the field vertically and create mismatches against any defensive scheme. The Rams' offense was so explosive that many analysts predicted they would score 30 or more points against the Patriots' defense. Regardless of how well New England played, the betting line favored St. Louis by 14 points, making the Patriots one of the biggest underdogs in Super Bowl history. But the Patriots had spent the entire season proving that talent and expectations didn't always translate to results on the field. Their preparation under Belichick was meticulous, their game planning was sophisticated, and their execution in pressure situations had been consistently excellent. More importantly, they believed they could compete with anyone, regardless of reputation or past performance. The game was played at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans, a venue that had hosted several memorable Super Bowls and was known for its loud, enthusiastic crowds. The atmosphere was electric, with fans from both teams creating the kind of environment that could either inspire great performances or overwhelm inexperienced players. In the weeks leading up to the game, much of the media attention focused on the contrast between the two teams' approaches to football. The Rams were viewed as innovative and explosive, a team that could score from anywhere on the field at any time. The Patriots were seen as conservative and methodical, a team that relied on preparation, execution, and avoiding mistakes, rather than creating spectacular plays. This narrative suggested that the game would be decided by whether the Patriots could slow down the Rams' offense enough to keep the score close, or whether St. Louis's talent and experience would prove too much for New England's system-based approach. Few observers gave the Patriots much chance of actually winning the game, though many expected them to play competitively and make the contest more interesting than the points spread suggested. The game itself unfolded in a way that surprised almost everyone who watched it. Rather than dominating from the beginning, the Rams found themselves in a defensive struggle against a Patriots team that seemed completely unintimidated by the moment or the opposition. Brady was poised and accurate, completing passes when they were available, while avoiding the kinds of mistakes that could give the Rams short fields and easy scoring opportunities. More importantly, the Patriots' defense was disrupting the timing and precision that made the Rams' offense so dangerous. They were pressuring Warner with creative blitz packages, covering receivers with tight man-to-man coverage, and generally making life difficult for an offensive unit that was accustomed to having time and space to operate. By the fourth quarter, the game remained close, with both teams trading scores and defensive stops in a contest that bore no resemblance to the high-scoring shootout many had predicted. The Patriots had proven they could compete with the Rams, but they still needed to find a way to win the game in the final minutes. With 1:51 remaining and the score tied 17-17, Brady and the Patriots offense took possession of the ball at their own 17-yard line. A tie game would send the contest to overtime, but a touchdown drive would give New England an opportunity to win their first Super Bowl in franchise history. Brady began the drive by completing short passes that moved the Patriots into Rams territory while managing the clock to ensure they would have time for multiple plays if necessary. His decision-making was perfect, taking what the defense gave him while avoiding the kind of risky throws that could result in interceptions and immediate defeat. As the Patriots approached the Rams' 30-yard line, with under 30 seconds remaining, the situation became increasingly tense. A field goal would give New England a 3-point lead, but it would also give the Rams time and field position to attempt a game-tying kick of their own. A touchdown would virtually guarantee victory, but it would require Brady to make the kinds of throws under pressure that had proven difficult for many more experienced quarterbacks. With 7 seconds remaining, Brady completed his final pass of the drive, a short throw that positioned the Patriots for a 48-yard field goal attempt by Adam Vinatieri. The kick was longer than his attempts during the Tuck Rule game, but the conditions were more favorable, and the veteran kicker had already proven his ability to perform in the most pressure-packed situations. Vinatieri's kick split the uprights as time expired, giving the Patriots a 20-17 victory and their first Super Bowl championship. The celebration was immediate and emotional, with players and coaches embracing on the field, while Patriots fans around the world celebrated an achievement that few had thought possible at the season's beginning. Brady's performance in the Super Bowl had been exemplary, completing 16 of 27 passes for 145 yards and 1 touchdown, while avoiding interceptions and managing the game situation perfectly. He was named Super Bowl MVP, becoming the youngest quarterback ever to win the award, and capping one of the most remarkable individual seasons in NFL history. But Brady's Super Bowl victory represented more than just individual achievement. It validated an approach to team building and game planning that would influence the entire league throughout the decade. The Patriots had proven that system, preparation, and execution could overcome talent disparities, that young players could perform in the biggest games, and that unconventional approaches could succeed at the highest levels of professional football. The aftermath of Super Bowl XXXXX would reverberate throughout the NFL for years to come. Brady's emergence as a championship quarterback had been so unexpected that it forced teams around the league to reconsider their evaluation processes, their development programs, and their understanding of what qualities were most important for quarterback success. Meanwhile, the Rams' loss marked the end of their brief but spectacular run as the league's most dominant offense. Warner would continue to play at a high level for several more seasons, but the combination of factors that had made the greatest show on turf so unstoppable had begun to dissipate. Key players would be lost to free agency, the coaching staff would change, and other teams would develop defensive strategies specifically designed to counter their offensive approach. The Patriots' championship had also occurred against the backdrop of one of the most challenging seasons in NFL history. a campaign that had been profoundly affected by the September 11th terrorist attacks that had shaken America to its core. The attacks had occurred just days before the start of the regular season, forcing the league to postpone games, reconsider security procedures, and find ways to honor the victims while providing a sense of normalcy and distraction for a grieving nation. The week following September 11th had been one of the most difficult in NFL history, as league officials, players, coaches, and fans struggled to determine whether playing games was appropriate in the aftermath of such a tragedy. Some argued that sports seemed trivial in comparison to the loss of life and the national security concerns that had emerged. Others believed that returning to normal activities, including football games, was exactly what America needed to demonstrate that it would not be intimidated or defeated by terrorism. Ultimately, the NFL decided to postpone all games scheduled for September 16th, pushing the entire season back by 1 week and creating scheduling challenges that would persist throughout the campaign. When games resumed on September 23rd, they were played in an atmosphere of heightened security, increased patriotism, and emotional intensity that was unlike anything the league had experienced before. Many of the season's most memorable moments were directly related to the national mood following September 11th. Players wore decals honoring the victims, stadiums featured elaborate patriotic ceremonies, and crowds sang, "God Bless America," with an intensity and emotion that reflected the country's shared grief and determination. One of the most powerful moments came on October 8th when Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers faced the Oakland Raiders on Monday Night Football. The game was notable not just for its national television audience, but because Favre's father, Irvin Favre, had died suddenly the previous day after suffering a heart attack while driving near his home in Mississippi. Favre had considered not playing in the game, torn between his grief over his father's death and his sense of responsibility to his teammates. But after consulting with his family and coaches, he decided to play, viewing it as a way to honor his father's memory and demonstrate the kind of toughness and resilience that had defined both his career and his upbringing. The game itself became one of the most emotionally charged performances in NFL history. Playing with obvious pain but remarkable focus, Favre threw for 399 yards and 4 touchdowns, leading the Packers to a 41-7 victory over Oakland. His performance was so extraordinary that it seemed to transcend the normal boundaries of athletic achievement, becoming something closer to art or poetry in its combination of skill, emotion, and meaning. Favre's first touchdown pass came on a perfectly thrown ball to receiver Donald Driver, a throw that Favre later said felt like his father was guiding the ball to its target. As he celebrated in the end zone, Favre pointed toward the sky in a gesture that was understood by everyone watching as a tribute to his father's memory. The performance continued throughout the game, with Favre making throws that seemed impossible under normal circumstances, let alone while dealing with the emotional trauma of sudden loss. His teammates rallied around him, providing the kind of protection and support that allowed him to play freely and creatively, rather than conservatively and carefully. When the game ended, Favre was visibly emotional, tears streaming down his face as he acknowledged the crowd and his teammates' support. The image of Favre crying on the field became one of the most iconic moments of the 2001 season, a perfect encapsulation of the way sports could provide both catharsis and inspiration during times of personal and national crisis. The broader impact of September 11th on the NFL would be felt throughout the decade and beyond. Security procedures at US stadiums were permanently enhanced with metal detectors, bag searches, and increased police presence becoming standard features of the game day experience. The league's relationship with the military was strengthened, leading to increased ceremonies honoring veterans and active service members. Perhaps most importantly, the attacks and their aftermath had reminded everyone involved with the NFL, players, coaches, officials, and fans, that football was ultimately entertainment, a diversion from the more serious concerns of life, rather than life itself. This perspective would influence how controversies were handled, how success and failure were measured, and how the league positioned itself in American culture. The 2001 season had also featured significant rule changes that would influence the game's development throughout the decade. The NFL had continued to adjust regulations designed to increase scoring and improve player safety, modifications that would gradually shift the balance between offense and defense, while creating new strategic possibilities for innovative coaches. Instant replay was expanded to cover more types of plays, giving officials additional tools to ensure accuracy, while also creating new sources of controversy and delay. The league was still learning how to balance the desire for correct calls with the need to maintain game flow and avoid excessive interruptions. Player safety rules were also evolving, though not as rapidly or comprehensively as they would later in the decade. Concussion protocols were still rudimentary, helmet-to-helmet hits were not yet heavily penalized, and the long-term effects of repeated head trauma were not yet fully understood or acknowledged by the league. As the 2001 season concluded with the Patriots' surprising Super Bowl victory, the NFL was positioned for continued growth and evolution throughout the decade. Television ratings remained strong, attendance was increasing, and the salary cap system was creating the kind of competitive balance that made more teams viable contenders than had been the case in previous eras. The success of teams like the Patriots and Ravens had demonstrated that championship success was possible through multiple approaches: defensive dominance, systematic preparation, innovative coaching, and the development of unexpected stars. This variety of successful strategies would encourage experimentation and innovation throughout the league, leading to rapid evolution in tactics, training methods, and player evaluation. The emergence of Tom Brady as a championship quarterback had also highlighted the importance of quarterback development and evaluation, areas where teams would invest increasing resources throughout the decade. Brady's success, despite his low draft position, had forced every team to reconsider how they identified, developed, and utilized quarterback talent, leading to changes in scouting, coaching, and roster construction that would influence the league for years to come. Most importantly, the 2001 season had established the foundation for what would become the New England Patriots dynasty, a run of sustained excellence that would define the decade and set new standards for organizational achievement in professional sports. Brady and Belichick had begun a partnership that would revolutionize how teams approached preparation, game planning, and in-game adjustments, creating a template for success that other organizations would study and attempt to replicate. The stage was set for a decade of unprecedented change, innovation, and achievement in the National Football League, and the foundation had been laid by a second-year quarterback who had seized an unexpected opportunity and transformed it into the beginning of greatness. The 2002 season opened with one of the most shocking transactions in NFL history, still reverberating through league offices and locker rooms across the country. On February 18th, just 3 weeks after the Patriots' stunning Super Bowl victory, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had completed a trade that would reshape the competitive landscape of professional football. They had acquired head coach John Gruden from the Oakland Raiders in exchange for 2 first-round draft picks, 2 second-round picks, and $8 million in cash, the largest compensation package ever paid for a coach in league history. The trade was unprecedented, not just for its scope, but for its implications. Gruden wasn't just any coach. He was the architect of the Raiders' offensive resurgence, the mastermind behind an attack that had averaged over 27 points per game during the 2001 season. He knew every detail of Oakland's personnel, every nuance of their strategic approach, every strength and weakness of the players he had coached for 4 seasons. Now, suddenly, he was preparing to use that knowledge against his former team. The circumstances surrounding Gruden's departure from Oakland were complex and bitter. Al Davis, the Raiders' legendary owner, had initially been reluctant to allow his young coach to leave for Tampa Bay, understanding full well the competitive disadvantage it would create. But Gruden had been frustrated by his lack of control over personnel decisions in Oakland. Tired of watching players he wanted to keep leave in free agency, while others he didn't believe in were retained or acquired. The Buccaneers represented everything Gruden wanted: organizational support for his vision, financial resources to build the team according to his specifications, and a defensive foundation that was already among the best in the league. Tampa Bay had reached the NFC Championship game 3 times in 6 years, but had never been able to take the final step to Super Bowl success. Their defense was dominant, Their special teams were excellent, and their organizational culture was professional and focused. The only missing piece was an offensive system that could complement their strengths and provide the scoring necessary to win championships. Gruden arrived in Tampa Bay with a reputation as an offensive innovator and a demanding perfectionist who pushed players to achieve more than they thought possible. His West Coast-influenced system emphasized precision, timing, and adaptability, concepts that required extensive preparation and absolute commitment from every player involved. But he also brought an energy and enthusiasm that was immediately apparent to everyone in the organization. The Buccaneers' defensive coordinator, Monty Kiffin, had spent years developing what was known as the Tampa 2 defense, a modification of the traditional cover 2 scheme that had become one of the most effective and widely copied defensive systems in the league. The Tampa 2 differed from conventional cover 2 in several crucial ways, most notably in the positioning and responsibilities of the middle linebacker, who would drop deep into coverage to help defend against vertical passing routes. This system required a middle linebacker with exceptional speed, instincts, and coverage ability, qualities that were perfectly embodied by Derek Brooks, arguably the most complete linebacker of his generation. Brooks could cover running backs and tight ends in man coverage, drop into zone coverage to defend against intermediate routes, and rush the passer when the situation demanded it. His combination of athleticism and football intelligence made him the perfect fit for Kiffin's system. Alongside Brooks, the Buccaneers featured an array of defensive talent that made them virtually impossible to attack consistently. Warren Sapp at defensive tackle was perhaps the most disruptive interior pass rusher in the league, a player whose combination of quickness, strength, and technique allowed him to consistently pressure quarterbacks while also stopping the run. Sapp's personality was as large as his talent, and his trash-talking and emotional leadership provided an edge that complemented his physical skills perfectly. The secondary was anchored by strong safety, John Lynch, a former quarterback turned devastating hitter who could cover receivers, support the run defense, and deliver the kind of punishing tackles that made opposing players think twice about crossing the middle of the field. Lynch's leadership and football intelligence were as valuable as his physical ability, and his communication skills helped coordinate the complex coverage rotations that made the Tampa 2 system so effective. Ron Barber at cornerback provided lockdown coverage and punt return ability that gave the Buccaneers advantages in multiple phases of the game. Barber was particularly effective in the Tampa 2 system because his understanding of route concepts and his ability to anticipate what receivers would do allowed him to play aggressively without getting beaten deep. But the 2002 season would be remembered not just for Tampa Bay's defensive excellence, but for the dramatic storyline that developed as the season progressed, and it became increasingly likely that the Buccaneers and Raiders would meet in Super Bowl Actation Members. The prospect of Gruden facing his former team created a narrative tension that captivated fans and media throughout the playoffs. The regular season had unfolded largely as expected for both teams. The Raiders, now coached by Bill Callahan after Gruden's departure, had maintained their offensive effectiveness while developing improved consistency on defense. Rich Gannon was playing at an MVP level, throwing for over 4,600 yards and 26 touchdowns while completing 67.6% of his passes. The receiving corps of Tim Brown, Jerry Rice, and Jerry Porter provided multiple weapons, while Charlie Garner and Tyrone Wheatley gave the Raiders a balanced rushing attack. Tampa Bay, meanwhile, had transformed their offensive approach under Gruden's leadership. Quarterback Brad Johnson, a veteran who had struggled with consistency throughout his career, was suddenly playing with the kind of precision and confidence that had eluded him for years. Johnson wasn't the most talented quarterback in the league, but he understood Gruden's system perfectly and could execute it with the kind of efficiency that complemented the defense's dominance. The Buccaneers' running game was anchored by Mike Alstott, a fullback whose combination of power and versatility made him one of the most difficult players in the league to defend. Alstott could line up in the backfield and carry the ball like a traditional running back, split out wide and run receiver routes, or serve as a lead blocker for other backs. His presence forced defenses to account for multiple possibilities on every play, creating the kind of confusion that Gruden's system was designed to exploit. The receiving corps was led by Keyshawn Johnson, a veteran who had played for Gruden previously with the New York Jets and understood exactly what the coach expected from his receivers. Johnson wasn't the fastest or most athletic receiver in the league, but his route running was precise, his hands were reliable, and his understanding of defensive concepts allowed him to find openings in coverage that less experienced players might miss. As the 2002 playoffs approached, both the Raiders and Buccaneers had compiled impressive regular season records and were considered among the favorites to reach the Super Bowl. Oakland had finished 11-5 in the competitive AFC West, while Tampa Bay had gone 12-4 in the NFC South, demonstrating the kind of consistency that suggested they were legitimate championship contenders. The AFC playoffs unfolded largely as expected, with the Raiders advancing through wins over the New York Jets and Tennessee Titans to reach their first Super Bowl since 1983. Gannon was brilliant throughout the postseason, making the kinds of throws that had earned him MVP consideration during the regular season, while avoiding the mistakes that had plagued Oakland in previous playoff runs. The NFC playoffs were more dramatic, with Tampa Bay needing to overcome both the Atlanta Falcons and Philadelphia Eagles to reach the Super Bowl. The game against Atlanta was particularly significant because it featured the first playoff appearance by Michael Vick, the electrifying young quarterback who had revolutionized the position during his rookie season. Vick's emergence as a star during the 2001 season had been one of the most compelling storylines in the NFL, though his impact extended far beyond simple statistics or team success. At Virginia Tech, Vick had demonstrated a combination of arm strength, mobility, and playmaking ability that was unlike anything scouts and coaches had seen before. His ability to escape pressure, extend plays, and make accurate throws while moving made him virtually impossible to defend with conventional strategies. The Falcons had selected Vick with the first overall pick in the 2001 draft, making him the highest drafted quarterback since Peyton Manning in 1998. But unlike Manning, who had succeeded through preparation, intelligence, and systematic development, Vick's game was built on pure athleticism and improvisational ability that couldn't be taught or replicated. During his rookie season, Vick had provided glimpses of his potential while learning to adapt his college game to the professional level. The speed of the NFL game was faster than anything he had experienced. The defensive schemes were more complex, and the physical demands were greater. But when he was able to play freely and creatively, the results were spectacular. Vick's mobility completely changed defensive calculations. Traditional pass rushers found themselves pursuing a quarterback who could outrun linebackers and even some defensive backs. Defensive coordinators who had spent years developing schemes to pressure pocket passers suddenly had to account for a player who could escape containment and turn broken plays into significant gains. More importantly, Vick's running ability created numerical advantages that were almost impossible for defenses to overcome. When he scrambled, he was essentially adding an extra skill position player to the offense, forcing defenses to defend 11 offensive players with only 10 defenders after the quarterback had escaped the pocket. The development of quarterback mobility as a weapon would become one of the defining trends of the 2000s, though it would take several years for coaches and teams to fully understand how to maximize its potential. Vick was a pioneer in this evolution, demonstrating possibilities that would influence offensive design and player development for years to come. But in the 2002 NFC Divisional Playoff game against Tampa Bay, Vick's inexperience and the Buccaneers' defensive sophistication proved to be a decisive combination. The Tampa 2 system was particularly well suited to defending against mobile quarterbacks because it kept defenders in position to pursue scrambling quarterbacks while also maintaining coverage on receivers who might be running extended routes. Derek Brooks and the other Tampa Bay linebackers had studied Vick's tendencies extensively, understanding his preferred scramble directions and the kinds of throws he liked to make while moving. The Buccaneers' defensive backs were disciplined enough to maintain their coverage responsibilities, even when Vick escaped the pocket, preventing the kinds of big plays that had made him so effective during the regular season. The game itself was a defensive struggle, with Tampa Bay winning 31-6 in a contest that wasn't as close as the final score suggested. Vick was harassed and pressured throughout the game, unable to establish any rhythm or consistency against a defense that had prepared specifically for his unique skill set. The Buccaneers advanced to the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia, while the Falcons were left to evaluate what they had learned from their first playoff experience. The NFC Championship game against the Eagles provided another test of the Buccaneers' defensive capabilities against a different style of offense. Philadelphia was built around a balanced attack, led by quarterback Donovan McNabb, a mobile player who combined athleticism with more traditional pocket passing skills than Vic possessed. McNabb was in many ways the perfect complement to Coach Andy Reid's West Coast-influenced offensive system. He could make all the throws that the system required, while also extending plays with his mobility when protection broke down or receivers weren't open. His combination of arm strength, accuracy, and decision-making had made him one of the league's rising stars. The Eagles' offensive system emphasized precise timing, multiple receiver sets, and the kind of methodical ball control that could keep high-powered defenses off balance. They had weapons at every skill position, including receivers like Todd Pinkston and James Thrash, running back Deuce Staley, and tight end Chad Lewis, who could all contribute to an attack that was difficult to defend because of its balance and unpredictability. But once again, the Buccaneers' defense proved too sophisticated and too talented for their opponents to overcome. Tampa Bay won 27-10, advancing to Super Bowl X-7 against the Oakland Raiders in a game that would be remembered as much for its storylines as for the football itself. The build-up to Super Bowl X-7 was unlike anything the NFL had experienced before. The focus wasn't just on two excellent teams meeting for the championship, but on the personal drama of John Gruden facing the organization that had developed him as a coach and the players he had coached for 4 seasons. The media coverage leading up to the game was dominated by questions about Gruden's inside knowledge of the Raiders' offensive system, his relationships with Oakland players, and the psychological dynamics of coaching against a former team. Raiders players were asked repeatedly about their feelings toward Gruden, while Buccaneers players were questioned about how their coach's familiarity with Oakland would influence their preparation. The Raiders, for their part, attempted to downplay the significance of Gruden's knowledge while emphasizing their belief that they had the talent and experience to overcome any strategic disadvantages. Gannon, in particular, expressed confidence that the Raiders' offensive system was sophisticated enough to create problems for any defense, regardless of how well prepared they might be. But as the game approached, it became increasingly clear that Gruden's familiarity with Oakland's tendencies and preferences would be a significant factor in the outcome. The Buccaneers' defensive preparation was more detailed and specific than anything they had done during the regular season or earlier playoff games, with players reporting that they knew exactly what Oakland would try to do in virtually every situation. Super Bowl XS7 was played at Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego, a venue that provided a neutral setting for what many expected to be an offensive showcase between two high-powered attacks. The Raiders' passing game was among the most explosive in the league, while the Buccaneers had shown significant improvement offensively under Gruden's leadership. Instead, the game became a defensive clinic that demonstrated the value of preparation, scheme, and execution over pure talent. From the opening drive, it was clear that Tampa Bay's defense knew exactly what Oakland was trying to do and had prepared specific answers for every situation. The Raiders' first interception came on a play that perfectly illustrated the Buccaneers' preparation advantage. Gannon dropped back to pass and threw what should have been a routine completion to a receiver running a crossing route, but Derek Brooks had anticipated the throw based on the formation and down in distance, breaking on the route to intercept the pass and return it for a touchdown. The interception wasn't just a great individual play. It was the result of detailed preparation that allowed Brooks to know what was coming before the play developed. The Buccaneers had identified Oakland's tendencies in specific situations and positioned their defenders to take advantage of them. As the game progressed, it became increasingly apparent that the Raiders were playing at a severe disadvantage. Their offensive system, which had been so effective during the regular season, was being anticipated and countered at every turn. Routes that had produced big gains against other defenses were being jumped by Tampa Bay defenders who seemed to know exactly where receivers would be running. Gannon, who had been virtually unstoppable during the regular season, was suddenly facing constant pressure and tight coverage that disrupted the timing and precision that made the Raiders' offense so dangerous. By the fourth quarter, the game had become a rout, with Tampa Bay winning 48-21 in a victory that was more dominant than even the final score suggested. The Buccaneers had intercepted 5 Gannon passes, returning 3 of them for touchdowns, while holding Oakland's explosive offense to far below their seasonal averages. Gruden's knowledge of the Raiders' system had proven to be every bit as valuable as critics had suggested, giving Tampa Bay advantages that were impossible for Oakland to overcome through execution or talent alone. But the Super Bowl victory represented more than just tactical preparation. It validated the Buccaneers' organizational approach and demonstrated the value of combining elite defensive talent with systematic offensive improvement. Tampa Bay had built their team through careful drafting, strategic free agent acquisitions, and the kind of patient development that created sustainable success rather than short-term improvements. The triumph also marked the pinnacle of the Tampa 2 defensive system, showcasing its effectiveness against one of the league's most sophisticated offensive attacks. Monte Kiffin's scheme had evolved over several years of refinement and adaptation, reaching a level of sophistication that made it virtually impossible to attack consistently with conventional offensive strategies. Derek Brooks's performance in Super Bowl XXXX was particularly noteworthy, as he demonstrated the full range of skills that made him perfect for the Tampa 2 system. His coverage ability allowed him to defend against passing attacks. His speed enabled him to pursue mobile quarterbacks, and his instincts helped him anticipate plays before they developed. Brooks was named Super Bowl MVP, becoming the first linebacker to win the award since Ray Lewis 2 years earlier. Warren Sapp's dominance in the interior defensive line was equally important to Tampa Bay's success. His ability to pressure quarterbacks while also stopping running plays made him virtually impossible for offenses to account for with single blockers. Throughout the playoffs, Sapp had consistently disrupted offensive game plans and forced opponents to allocate extra resources to blocking schemes that limited their tactical flexibility. John Lynch's leadership and hitting ability provided the kind of intimidation factor that made receivers think twice about crossing the middle of the field or making catches in traffic. His communication skills were crucial to the defense's ability to execute complex coverage rotations and adjustments, while his tackling eliminated the kinds of big plays that could have kept opponents competitive. Ron Barber's coverage ability and return skills gave the Buccaneers advantages in multiple phases of the game. His understanding of route concepts and his ability to anticipate what receivers would do allowed him to play aggressively without getting beaten, while his return ability provided field position advantages that made scoring easier for the offense. The offensive side of Tampa Bay's Super Bowl victory was equally impressive, though perhaps less dramatic than the defensive performance. Brad Johnson's execution of Gruden's system was precise and efficient, demonstrating the value of experience, preparation, and system familiarity over raw talent or athleticism. Johnson wasn't the most gifted quarterback in the league, but he understood exactly what Gruden wanted from the position and could execute it without the kinds of mistakes that derailed many offensive drives. His ability to read defenses quickly and deliver accurate passes to multiple receivers made the offense unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Mike Allstott's versatility provided the Buccaneers with tactical advantages that kept the Raiders' defense off balance throughout the game. His ability to line up in multiple positions and contribute as both a runner and receiver created mismatches that were difficult for Oakland to account for with their defensive personnel. Keyshawn Johnson's route running in hands provided the kind of reliable receiving option that allowed the offense to convert crucial third downs and maintain drives when they needed to control the game. His understanding of Gruden's system and his ability to find openings in coverage made him an ideal fit for the coach's tactical approach. The Buccaneers' Super Bowl victory had implications that extended far beyond their individual success. It demonstrated the continued viability of defense-first team building in an era when many organizations were emphasizing offensive innovation and high-powered passing attacks. Tampa Bay had proven that elite defensive play, when combined with competent offensive execution, could still produce championship-level results. The success of the Tampa 2 system would influence defensive coordinators throughout the league, leading to widespread adoption of similar schemes and tactical approaches. Teams would spend the remainder of the decade trying to find linebackers with Derek Brooks's unique combination of coverage ability and instincts, while defensive coordinators would incorporate elements of Monty Kiffin's system into their own schemes. Gruden's victory over his former team also highlighted the importance of coaching and preparation in determining outcomes at the highest levels of professional football. The Raiders had more individual talent at several positions, but Tampa Bay's systematic approach and detailed preparation had proven more valuable than raw ability or experience. The 2002 season had also been notable for the implementation of Major League realignment, changes that would influence competitive balance and divisional rivalries throughout the decade. The NFL had expanded from 30 teams to 32, with the addition of the Houston Texans, necessitating a complete restructuring of the league's division format. The new alignment created 4 divisions in each conference with 4 teams per division, replacing the previous system of 3 divisions with unequal numbers of teams. This change was designed to create more balanced schedules, more meaningful divisional races, and more opportunities for teams to reach the playoffs through wild card berths. The realignment had significant competitive implications, as traditional rivals were sometimes separated into different divisions, while new regional rivalries were created. The changes would influence draft strategies, free agent decisions, and long-term planning for organizations throughout the league. Perhaps most importantly, the realignment created more playoff opportunities and increased the likelihood that different teams would reach the postseason in any given year. This enhanced competitive balance would be one of the defining characteristics of the 2000s, as the salary cap and realignment combined to create an environment where sustained dominance became more difficult to achieve and maintain. The 2002 season had also featured the continued development of statistical analysis and advanced metrics in professional football. While the NFL was still years away from the kind of sophisticated analytics that would later revolutionize the sport, teams were beginning to use computers and databases to track player performance, identify trends, and evaluate talent in ways that went beyond traditional scouting methods. The expansion of television coverage and the growth driving increased demand for detailed statistics and performance metrics. Fans wanted more information about their favorite players and teams, while coaches and front office executives were beginning to recognize the potential value of data-driven decision-making. This trend toward increased statistical analysis would accelerate throughout the decade, eventually leading to fundamental changes in how teams evaluated talent, made strategic decisions, and prepared for games. The 2002 season represented the beginning of this evolution, as organizations started to invest in the technology and personnel necessary to compete in an increasingly analytical environment. The emergence of Michael Vick as a revolutionary quarterback had also highlighted the rapid pace of change in offensive football. Traditional pocket passers remained valuable, but Vick's success had demonstrated that mobility and athleticism could create advantages that were difficult for defenses to counter with conventional strategies. This evolution would continue throughout the decade, as coaches developed new ways to utilize mobile quarterbacks, while defenses adapted their schemes to account for the additional threats that these players represented. The 2002 season marked the beginning of a fundamental shift in how the quarterback position was defined and developed. The season had also been notable for the continued growth of the NFL's popularity and cultural influence. Television ratings remained strong, merchandise sales were increasing, and the league's presence in popular culture was expanding through increased media coverage, celebrity involvement, and integration with other forms of entertainment. The success of fantasy football was creating new types of fan engagement and driving increased interest in individual player statistics and performance. This trend would continue to grow throughout the decade, eventually influencing how games were broadcast, how players were marketed, and how teams thought about fan engagement and loyalty. As the 2002 season concluded with Tampa Bay's dominant Super Bowl victory, the NFL was positioned for continued growth and evolution throughout the remainder of the decade. The success of different team-building philosophies had demonstrated that there were multiple paths to championship success, encouraging innovation and experimentation throughout the league. The emergence of new stars like Michael Vick, the continued excellence of established players like Rich Gannon and Derek Brooks, and the coaching success of leaders like John Gruden and Bill Belichick had created a diverse and competitive landscape that promised exciting developments in the years to come. Most importantly, the 2002 season had shown that preparation, system implementation, and organizational culture could overcome talent disparities and create sustainable competitive advantages. These lessons would influence team building and strategic thinking throughout the league, setting the stage for a decade of unprecedented innovation and achievement in professional football. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers had reached the mountaintop through a combination of defensive excellence, coaching innovation, and organizational commitment to sustained success. Their championship represented both the culmination of years of patient building and the beginning of new possibilities for how teams could compete and succeed at the highest levels of professional football. The confetti had barely been swept from the Louisiana Superdome following Tampa Bay's dominant Super Bowl victory when Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots began the methodical process of defending their championship from 2 years earlier. The 2003 season would prove that their 2001 success hadn't been a fluke, that the system they had begun to develop could be refined and improved, and that the culture they were building could sustain excellence over multiple seasons. The Patriots entered the 2003 season with a quiet confidence that was becoming their trademark. They didn't make bold predictions or guarantee success, but there was an unmistakable sense within the organization that they understood something about winning that their competitors hadn't yet grasped. This understanding would come to be known as the Patriot Way, a philosophy that emphasized preparation over talent, execution over individual brilliance, and team success over personal achievement. The Patriot Way wasn't a single concept or strategy, but rather a comprehensive approach to professional football that influenced every aspect of the organization's operation. It began with Belichick's meticulous preparation and attention to detail, extended through the coaching staff's systematic approach to game planning and player development, and was embodied by players who understood that their individual success was inseparable from team achievement. Tom Brady had become the perfect embodiment of this philosophy. Entering his third season as a starting quarterback, Brady wasn't yet considered among the elite players at his position by most outside observers. His statistics were solid, but not spectacular. His physical tools were adequate, but not overwhelming, and his leadership style was understated rather than charismatic. But within the Patriots organization, Brady was viewed as the ideal quarterback for their system: intelligent, prepared, competitive, and completely committed to doing whatever was necessary to win games. Brady's development between the 2002 and 2003 seasons illustrated the Patriots' approach to player improvement. Rather than simply relying on natural talent or experience to generate improvement, the organization had created a systematic development program that addressed specific areas where Brady could become more effective within their offensive scheme. The quarterback had spent the offseason working with coaches and trainers to improve his footwork, refine his throwing mechanics, and develop a deeper understanding of defensive concepts and tendencies. He studied film obsessively, not just of his own performance, but of defensive schemes from around the league, developing the kind of comprehensive knowledge that would allow him to make quick decisions and accurate throws, regardless of what defenses tried to do to stop him. Perhaps most importantly, Brady had continued to develop the intangible qualities that made him effective as a leader and competitor. His relationship with teammates had deepened, his understanding of game situations had expanded, and his confidence in pressure situations had grown through experience and success. By the start of the 2003 season, Brady was no longer just a talented young quarterback. He was becoming a complete player who could elevate the performance of everyone around him. The Patriots' offensive system had also continued to evolve, incorporating elements that maximized Brady's strengths while minimizing potential weaknesses. Offensive coordinator Charlie Weiss had developed a scheme that emphasized quick decision-making, precise timing, and tactical flexibility, rather than complex route combinations or individual showcase opportunities. The system was built around the concept of attacking defensive weaknesses rather than forcing predetermined plays, allowing Brady to identify the best available option based on what he saw from the defense rather than what the play call originally intended. This approach required extensive preparation and communication between quarterback and receivers, but it created advantages that were difficult for defenses to counter through scheme or personnel changes. The receiving core had been constructed to complement this systematic approach, featuring players who understood root concepts, could make adjustments based on defensive coverage, and possessed the reliability necessary to execute in crucial situations. Veterans like Troy Brown provided experience and leadership, while younger players like Deion Branch were developing into reliable targets who could contribute immediately. The running game remained an important component of the Patriots' offensive approach, though it was used more for tactical advantage and game control than for explosive plays or individual achievement. Players like Antoine Smith and Kevin Falk understood their roles within the larger system and executed them without concern for personal statistics or recognition. But the 2003 season would be notable not just for the Patriots' continued development, but for the emergence of several other teams and players who would challenge New England's supremacy and create compelling storylines throughout the campaign. The league was becoming more competitive as organizations learned from the Patriots' success and adapted their own approaches to team building and game planning. The Indianapolis Colts, led by Peyton Manning, represented perhaps the greatest threat to the Patriots' championship aspirations. Manning was entering his sixth NFL season and had developed into one of the most complete quarterbacks in the league, combining intelligence, arm strength, and leadership ability in ways that made the Colts dangerous against any opponent. Manning's approach to the quarterback position was markedly different from Brady's, though both were highly effective within their respective systems. While Brady focused on execution and systematic decision-making, Manning was a master of pre-snap diagnosis and audibles, capable of identifying defensive weaknesses and changing plays at the line of scrimmage to exploit them. The Colts' offensive system was built around Manning's exceptional pre-snap preparation and his ability to process information quickly once plays began. Coach Tony Dungy and offensive coordinator Tom Moore had created a scheme that gave Manning tremendous freedom to adjust plays based on what he saw from defenses, allowing him to maximize the talents of receivers like Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, while also utilizing the pass-catching ability of running backs like Edgerrin James. Harrison in particular had developed into one of the most precise route runners in the league, capable of creating separation against any type of coverage through technique, timing, and an almost supernatural understanding of defensive concepts. His partnership with Manning was built on thousands of hours of practice and communication, creating a connection that approached telepathic levels of understanding. Wayne provided a different but complementary skill set, offering size, speed, and versatility that allowed the Colts to attack all areas of the field while maintaining the precision and timing that made their passing attack so dangerous. Together, Harrison and Wayne formed perhaps the most complete receiving tandem in the league. The Colts' offense was designed to score points in bunches, utilizing quick strike capability and sustained drives with equal effectiveness. Manning's ability to identify and exploit defensive weaknesses meant that the Colts could adjust their tactical approach based on what opponents were trying to do to stop them, making them one of the most difficult teams in the league to prepare for or defend against. The 2003 regular season would ultimately showcase the contrast between these two approaches to offensive football, as the Patriots emphasized consistency and situational effectiveness, while the Colts focused on explosive plays and individual excellence. Both teams would achieve significant regular season success, setting up a philosophical clash that would define much of the decade's competitive landscape. But perhaps the most surprising storyline of the 2003 season was the emergence of the Carolina Panthers as legitimate Super Bowl contenders. The Panthers had been one of the NFL's least successful franchises since their inception in 1995, compiling a record that suggested organizational dysfunction rather than championship potential. They had changed coaches frequently, struggled to develop consistent offensive or defensive identities, and generally failed to create the kind of culture necessary for sustained success. The transformation began with the hiring of head coach John Fox, a defensive coordinator who brought a systematic approach to team building and player development that emphasized fundamentals, preparation, and accountability. Fox wasn't a flashy coach or an innovative strategist, but he understood how to create organizational culture and develop players in ways that maximize their potential within a coherent system. The Panthers' defense was built around a combination of veteran leadership and young talent that created an effective balance between experience and athleticism. Players like linebacker Sam Mills provided wisdom and emotional leadership, while younger players like linebacker Dan Morgan and safety Mike Minter contributed energy and playmaking ability. But the key to Carolina's transformation was the acquisition of quarterback Jake Delhomme, a former backup who had spent several seasons learning and developing with the New Orleans Saints before getting his opportunity to start in Carolina. Delhomme wasn't the most physically gifted quarterback in the league, but he possessed the kind of competitive spirit and clutch performance ability that made him perfect for the Panthers system. Delhomme's background was unconventional for an NFL starting quarterback. He had played college football at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, a small school that rarely produced NFL talent, and had spent several years as a backup before getting his chance to start. This experience had taught him patience, preparation, and the value of making the most of opportunities when they arose. The quarterback's playing style was characterized by gunslinger mentality and improvisational ability that created excitement and unpredictability for the Panthers' offense. Delhomme could make spectacular throws in pressure situations, but he could also make the kinds of risky decisions that led to interceptions and momentum shifts. This volatility made Carolina an inconsistent but dangerous opponent that could beat anyone on any given day. The Panthers' receiving corps was built around Steve Smith, a diminutive but explosive player whose combination of speed, agility, and competitiveness made him one of the most difficult receivers in the league to defend. Smith's small stature was actually an advantage in many situations, as it allowed him to create separation in tight coverage while also making him difficult for defenders to locate and jam at the line of scrimmage. Smith's route running was characterized by sudden direction changes, precise timing, and an aggressive approach to contested catches that made him effective in all areas of the field. His partnership with Delhomme was built on trust and timing, with both players understanding that their success depended on taking calculated risks and making plays when opportunities presented themselves. The running game was anchored by Stephen Davis, a powerful back whose between-the-tackles running style provided the kind of physical presence that allowed Carolina to control games and establish offensive rhythm. Davis wasn't the most athletic or versatile running back in the league, but his understanding of leverage, gap selection, and contact balance made him highly effective within the Panthers system. As the 2003 season progressed, it became clear that multiple teams had legitimate championship aspirations and the talent necessary to challenge for Super Bowl success. The parity created by the salary cap system and the competitive balance fostered by effective coaching and player development had created an environment where more teams were capable of sustained success than had been the case in previous decades. The Patriots continued to win games through systematic execution and situational excellence, compiling a 14-2 regular season record that validated their approach while also demonstrating continued improvement from their championship season. Brady's development had been steady and consistent, with his completion percentage, decision-making, and leadership all showing measurable progress. The Colts, meanwhile, had established themselves as the league's most explosive offensive team, with Manning throwing for 4,267 yards and 29 touchdowns. While completing 67% of his passes, their ability to score quickly and consistently made them dangerous against any opponent. Though questions remained about their ability to perform in playoff pressure situations, Carolina's regular season success was more modest statistically, but their 11-5 record and NFC South Division title represented a remarkable transformation for an organization that had struggled for consistency throughout its brief history. The Panthers had proven that systematic coaching, player development, and organizational culture could create competitive advantages that were as valuable as individual talent or financial resources. The 2003 playoffs would provide the ultimate test of these different approaches to team building and strategic planning, as teams with varying philosophies and personnel would compete under the intense pressure and scrutiny that define postseason football. The results would influence organizational thinking and strategic planning throughout the league for years to come. The AFC playoffs began with the Patriots receiving a first-round bye thanks to their outstanding regular season record, while teams like Tennessee, Indianapolis, and Denver prepared for wildcard games that would determine their championship viability. The competitive balance throughout the conference meant that any team reaching the playoffs possessed the talent and coaching necessary to make a legitimate Super Bowl run. The Patriots' divisional round matchup came against the Tennessee Titans, a team that had reached the AFC Championship game the previous season and possessed both the experience and talent necessary to challenge New England's systematic approach. The Titans were led by quarterback Steve McNair, a mobile player whose combination of arm strength and athleticism created problems for defenses that were designed to pressure pocket passers. McNair's playing style was characterized by toughness, competitive spirit, and the ability to make plays outside the structure of designed plays. He could extend plays with his mobility, create opportunities for receivers to get open through scramble drills, and make accurate throws while moving that many quarterbacks couldn't attempt. This improvisational ability made the Titans dangerous in playoff situations where execution and creativity were equally important. The game itself became a defensive struggle, with both teams demonstrating the kind of physical disciplined play that characterized successful playoff football. The Patriots' systematic approach was evident in their preparation and execution, while the Titans relied more on individual playmaking and situational adjustments. New England ultimately prevailed 17-14 in a game that showcased their ability to execute in crucial situations while avoiding the mistakes that could give opponents opportunities for upset victories. Brady's performance was characteristically efficient rather than spectacular, but his decision-making and accuracy in pressure situations demonstrated the continued development that was making him one of the league's most reliable quarterbacks. The AFC Championship game would feature a matchup between the Patriots and the Indianapolis Colts, a contest that many observers viewed as the real Super Bowl due to the quality and contrasting styles of the two teams involved. The game would be played at Gillette Stadium in New England, giving the Patriots a significant home field advantage in what was expected to be a closely contested battle. The build-up to the game was dominated by discussions about the contrast between Brady and Manning, two quarterbacks who represented different approaches to the position, but had achieved similar levels of success through their respective systems. Manning was widely considered the more individually talented player, while Brady was viewed as the more successful winner, creating a debate that would persist throughout both players' careers. The game itself lived up to expectations, featuring multiple lead changes, outstanding individual performances, and the kind of strategic adjustments that demonstrated the coaching excellence present on both sidelines. Manning was brilliant for much of the game, making the kinds of throws and decisions that validated his reputation as one of the league's premier quarterbacks. But in the fourth quarter, with the game on the line, the Patriots' systematic approach and championship experience proved decisive. Their defense made crucial stops when they were needed most. Their offense executed in pressure situations, and their special teams provided the kind of field position advantages that often determine close games. The final score was 24-14 in favor of New England, a result that sent the Patriots to their second Super Bowl in 3 years while ending the Colts season with another disappointing playoff loss. Manning's individual brilliance hadn't been enough to overcome the Patriots' systematic excellence and championship experience, illustrating the ongoing debate about individual talent versus team success. The NFC playoffs had unfolded with similar drama and competition, as teams with different strengths and approaches battled for the right to represent the conference in the Super Bowl. The Carolina Panthers had navigated their way through the postseason with a combination of defensive excellence, opportunistic offense, and the kind of clutch performance that characterized successful playoff teams. Carolina's divisional round victory over the Dallas Cowboys had demonstrated their ability to execute under pressure while taking advantage of opponents' mistakes. The game was decided by the Panthers' defense, which forced multiple turnovers and prevented Dallas from establishing offensive rhythm or momentum. The NFC Championship game against the Philadelphia Eagles provided an even sterner test, as Carolina faced a team that had compiled an excellent regular season record and possessed both offensive and defensive units capable of dominating games. The Eagles were led by quarterback Donovan McNabb, whose mobility and arm strength created problems for defenses that hadn't prepared specifically for his skill set. But the Panthers' defense proved capable of handling McNabb's mobility while also pressuring him into hurried throws and poor decisions. Carolina's offense, meanwhile, took advantage of opportunities when they were available, with Delhomme making several crucial throws in pressure situations that kept drives alive and gave the Panthers opportunities to score. The final score was 14-3 in favor of Carolina, a defensive struggle that sent the Panthers to their first Super Bowl appearance and validated their organizational transformation under John Fox's leadership. The victory represented the culmination of years of patient building and systematic improvement, demonstrating that sustained success was possible even for organizations without extensive championship experience. Super Bowl next days would feature the New England Patriots against the Carolina Panthers, a matchup that represented contrasting approaches to team building but similar levels of systematic coaching and organizational culture. The game was expected to be closely contested, with both teams possessing the defensive capability and offensive balance necessary to win championships. The build-up to Super Bowl SEAHAWKS number 8 was characterized by storylines about organizational transformation, coaching excellence, and the continued evolution of strategic approaches throughout the NFL. Both teams had achieved success through systematic building, rather than flashy acquisitions, demonstrating that sustained excellence required more than individual talent or financial resources. The Patriots were making their second Super Bowl appearance in 3 years, establishing themselves as one of the league's premier organizations and validating their systematic approach to team building and player development. Brady was no longer viewed as a lucky backup who had stumbled into success, but rather as a legitimate championship quarterback whose development demonstrated the value of systematic coaching and player improvement. Carolina's Super Bowl appearance represented one of the most remarkable organizational transformations in recent NFL history, as a franchise that had struggled for consistency since its inception had suddenly become a championship contender through coaching excellence and systematic player development. The Panthers had proven that success was possible for any organization willing to commit to systematic building and cultural improvement. Super Bowl XVIII was played at Reliant Stadium in Houston, a relatively new venue that provided a neutral setting for what many expected to be a defensive struggle between two well-coached teams. Both organizations had built their success on systematic preparation and execution rather than individual brilliance, suggesting that the game would be decided by execution and situational play rather than spectacular individual performances. The game itself began as a defensive struggle, with both teams demonstrating the kind of disciplined, physical play that had characterized their playoff runs. Neither offense was able to establish consistency or rhythm early, as both defenses were executing their game plans effectively and avoiding the kinds of mistakes that could give opponents short fields or easy scoring opportunities. The first quarter ended scoreless, an unusual development in the modern NFL that reflected the defensive excellence and systematic preparation that both teams had brought to the game. The second quarter featured limited scoring, with both teams managing field goals but failing to reach the end zone despite several promising drives. By halftime, the score was 14-10 in favor of New England, with both teams having managed touchdowns but neither able to establish dominance or momentum. The game was developing exactly as many observers had predicted, a defensive struggle between two well-prepared teams that would likely be decided by execution in crucial situations rather than explosive offensive plays. The third quarter continued in similar fashion, with both defenses maintaining their effectiveness while both offenses struggled to sustain drives or create big play opportunities. The game remained close throughout, with field position and turnovers becoming increasingly important as both teams recognized that scoring opportunities would be limited. But the fourth quarter would feature one of the most dramatic offensive explosions in Super Bowl history, as both teams suddenly began moving the ball effectively and scoring at a pace that seemed impossible based on the first 3 quarters of play. The transformation was sudden and dramatic, turning a defensive struggle into an offensive showcase that would be remembered as one of the most exciting Super Bowl finishes ever played. Carolina struck first in the fourth quarter, with DeLone connecting with Steve Smith on a spectacular touchdown pass that showcased both players' ability to make plays in pressure situations. The score gave the Panthers their first lead of the game and demonstrated their offensive capability when execution and opportunity aligned properly. The Patriots responded quickly, with Brady leading a methodical drive that culminated in a touchdown pass that tied the game and demonstrated New England's championship composure under pressure. The drive was characterized by the kind of systematic execution that had defined the Patriots' success, with Brady making accurate throws and receivers making contested catches in crucial situations. The remainder of the fourth quarter featured multiple lead changes, outstanding individual performances, and the kind of strategic adjustments that demonstrated the coaching excellence present on both sidelines. Both quarterbacks were making throws that seemed impossible under normal circumstances, while both defenses were creating turnovers and pressuring quarterbacks at crucial moments. With 1:08 remaining and the score tied 29-29, the Patriots took possession of the ball at their own 32-yard line with an opportunity to win the game with a touchdown or set up a game-winning field goal attempt. Brady had been brilliant throughout the fourth quarter, completing passes under pressure and making decisions that demonstrated championship-level poise and preparation. The drive was methodical and systematic, with Brady completing short passes that moved the Patriots into Carolina territory while managing the clock to ensure they would have time for multiple plays if necessary. His decision-making was perfect, taking what the defense gave him while avoiding the kind of risky throws that could result in interceptions and immediate defeat. With 4 seconds remaining, Brady completed his final pass of the drive, a short throw that positioned the Patriots for a 41-yard field goal attempt by Adam Vinatieri. The kick was longer than his previous Super Bowl winning attempts, but the veteran kicker had already proven his ability to perform in the most pressure-packed situations. Vinatieri's kick was true, giving the Patriots a 32-29 victory and their second championship in 3 years. The celebration was immediate and emotional, with players and coaches embracing on the field, while Patriots fans around the world celebrated another improbable championship, achieved through systematic excellence rather than individual brilliance. Brady's performance in Super Bowl XXVIII had been spectacular, particularly in the fourth quarter, where he completed 12 of 15 passes for 145 yards and 2 touchdowns. His ability to perform under pressure and make crucial throws in the biggest moments had validated his status as a championship quarterback and demonstrated the continued development that was making him one of the league's elite players. But Brady's Super Bowl victory represented more than just individual achievement. It validated the Patriots' organizational approach and demonstrated that systematic team building could create sustainable competitive advantages. New England had now won 2 championships in 3 years through preparation, execution, and cultural excellence, rather than superior talent or financial advantages. Carolina's Super Bowl loss was disappointing, but it didn't diminish the significance of their organizational transformation or the validation of their systematic approach to team building. The Panthers had proven that any organization could achieve championship-level success through coaching excellence, player development, and cultural improvement. The aftermath of Super Bowl XXVI would influence organizational thinking throughout the NFL for years to come. The Patriots' continued success had established them as the standard for systematic excellence, while Carolina's unexpected Super Bowl appearance had demonstrated that championship success was possible for any organization willing to commit to systematic building and improvement. The 2003 season had also been notable for continued evolution in offensive and defensive strategies, as coaches throughout the league adapted their approaches based on what they had learned from successful teams and innovative strategic concepts. The influence of both the Patriots' systematic approach and the Colts' explosive passing attack was evident in tactical changes throughout the league. Rule changes implemented before the 2004 season would have profound effects on offensive production and strategic approaches throughout the remainder of the decade. The competition committee had approved several modifications designed to increase scoring and improve the entertainment value of games, changes that would particularly benefit passing offenses and mobile quarterbacks. The most significant change was the emphasis on enforcement of illegal contact penalties against defensive backs, a modification that would make it more difficult for defenses to disrupt receivers running routes beyond 5 yards from the line of scrimmage. This change would particularly benefit teams with sophisticated passing attacks and precise route running receivers. Additional rules? Changes addressed defensive holding, pass interference, and the kinds of physical contact that had traditionally been allowed between receivers and defensive backs. These modifications were designed to create more offensive production and reduce the defensive dominance that had characterized many games during the early 2000s. The cumulative effect of these changes would be to shift the competitive balance toward offense, while requiring defensive coordinators to adapt their schemes and teaching methods to account for reduced physical contact with receivers. Teams with sophisticated passing attacks and intelligent quarterbacks would benefit most from these changes. The 2004 season would also feature the emergence of several rookie quarterbacks who had been selected in one of the most talented draft classes in recent history. Eli Manning, Philip Rivers, and Ben Roethlisberger had all been selected in the first round of the 2004 draft, creating expectations and opportunities that would influence their franchises for years to come. Manning had been selected first overall by the San Diego Chargers, but was immediately traded to the New York Giants in a complex transaction that sent Philip Rivers to San Diego, along with additional draft picks. The trade was controversial and created immediate pressure on both players to justify the organizational decisions that had brought them to their respective teams. Manning brought impressive physical tools and football intelligence to New York, along with the kind of pedigree that suggested championship potential. As the son of former NFL quarterback Archie Manning and the brother of Indianapolis quarterback Peyton Manning, Eli possessed extensive knowledge of the quarterback position and the mental approach necessary for success at the professional level. Rivers arrived in San Diego with similar physical tools and competitive spirit, though his playing style was characterized by more intensity and emotion than Manning's calmer approach. Both players would need time to develop and adapt to the professional level, but their talent and preparation suggested that both franchises had acquired potential franchise quarterbacks. Roethlisberger was selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers with the 11th overall pick, joining an organization that had traditionally emphasized defense and running, but was evolving toward a more balanced offensive approach. His size, arm strength, and mobility suggested that he could provide the kind of quarterback play that would complement Pittsburgh's defensive excellence while also creating new tactical possibilities. The development of these three quarterbacks would become one of the defining storylines of the decade, as all three would achieve significant individual and team success while representing different approaches to the position and different organizational philosophies about quarterback development and utilization. The 2003 season had concluded with the Patriots' systematic excellence, once again proving decisive in championship situations, but the foundation had been laid for increased competition and tactical innovation throughout the remainder of the decade. The success of different approaches to team building had demonstrated that multiple paths to championship success were viable, encouraging experimentation and adaptation throughout the league. The emergence of new stars, the continued evolution of strategic approaches, and the implementation of rule changes designed to increase offensive production had created an environment where rapid change and adaptation would be necessary for sustained success. The Patriots had established themselves as the standard for organizational excellence, but maintaining that standard would require continued innovation and improvement as competitors adapted and evolved their own approaches. Most importantly, the 2003 season had demonstrated that championship success required more than individual talent or single-season excellence. It demanded systematic building, cultural development, and the kind of organizational commitment to improvement that could sustain success over multiple seasons and changing circumstances. The lessons learned from the Patriots' championship and Carolina's unexpected Super Bowl appearance would influence organizational thinking and strategic planning throughout the league for years to come. The 2004 season opened with the New England Patriots carrying the weight of unprecedented expectations and the pursuit of something that hadn't been accomplished in the salary cap era, a third championship in 4 years. As players reported to training camp in Foxborough, there was an unmistakable sense that this team had evolved beyond simply being successful into something approaching dynasty status, a level of sustained excellence that separated truly great organizations from those that merely enjoyed brief periods of success. But achieving dynasty status would require navigating challenges that went far beyond simply executing game plans and winning individual contests. The salary cap had been specifically designed to prevent the kind of sustained dominance that the Patriots were pursuing, making it financially impossible for teams to retain all of their championship-level talent while continuing to acquire the new players necessary to remain competitive as rosters aged and opponents adapted their strategies. The Patriots had already begun experiencing the roster turnover that was inevitable under the salary cap system. Key contributors from their championship teams had been lost to free agency, while others were showing signs of age or declining performance that suggested their peak years were behind them. The challenge facing Bill Belichick and his coaching staff was maintaining championship-level performance while integrating new players into their system and adapting to the personnel changes that were reshaping their roster. Tom Brady entered the 2004 season as an established championship quarterback, but he was still evolving as a player and leader. At 27 years old, Brady possessed the experience of 2 Super Bowl victories while retaining the hunger and work ethic that had driven his unlikely rise from 6th-round draft pick to championship quarterback. His understanding of the Patriots system had reached a level of sophistication that allowed him to make pre-snap adjustments and in-game modifications that maximized the effectiveness of whatever personnel were available. The quarterback had spent the offseason continuing his systematic approach to improvement, working with coaches and trainers to refine specific aspects of his game, while also studying film from around the league to understand how opposing defenses were evolving their strategies. Brady's preparation had become legendary within the organization, with teammates and coaches consistently noting his attention to detail and his willingness to invest whatever time and effort were necessary to maintain his performance level. Perhaps most importantly, Brady had developed into the kind of leader who could elevate the performance of players around him through his preparation, communication, and competitive standard. Veterans respected his work ethic and championship experience, while younger players were inspired by his example and his willingness to help them understand what was required to succeed at the highest levels of professional football. The Patriots' receiving corps had undergone significant changes during the offseason, with the departure of some veteran players creating opportunities for younger receivers to assume larger roles within the offense. This transition required Brady to develop new timing relationships and communication patterns, while also adapting his approach to account for different skill sets and experience levels among his targets. The changes weren't necessarily negative. They represented the natural evolution of a successful organization that had to balance continuity with adaptation as circumstances changed. But they did require adjustments and development time that could potentially affect performance, particularly early in the season, as new combinations of players learned to work together effectively. The running game remained an important component of the Patriots' offensive approach, though it continued to be utilized more for tactical advantage and game control than for explosive individual performances. The system emphasized versatility and situation-specific usage, with different backs employed based on down and distance, field position, and game circumstances, rather than relying on a single featured player. Defensively, the Patriots had maintained most of their core personnel while continuing to refine the systematic approach that had made them so effective in championship situations. The defense wasn't built around individual stars or spectacular plays, but rather around preparation, communication, and the kind of disciplined execution that could neutralize opposing offensive schemes regardless of their complexity. or the talent level of the players involved. The 2004 season would also be notable for developments occurring throughout the rest of the league, as other organizations attempted to match the Patriots' success while pursuing their own approaches to championship building. The competitive balance created by the salary cap meant that several teams entered the season with legitimate championship aspirations and the talent necessary to challenge New England's supremacy. Perhaps the most compelling challenger was the Philadelphia Eagles, an organization that had been building toward championship success for several years under head coach Andy Reid. The Eagles had reached the NFC Championship game 3 times in recent seasons, but had been unable to take the final step to Super Bowl success, creating frustration and urgency within an organization that understood their championship window might be limited. The Eagles' pursuit of championship success had led them to make one of the most controversial and significant acquisitions in recent NFL history, the trade for wide receiver Terrell Owens from the San Francisco 49ers. Owens was widely considered one of the most talented receivers in the league, but he was also known for his demanding personality, his willingness to criticize teammates and coaches publicly, and his tendency to create controversies that could disrupt team chemistry. The decision to acquire Owens represented a calculated gamble by the Eagles organization. They believed that his talent could provide the missing piece necessary to reach the Super Bowl, but they also understood that his personality could potentially undermine the team culture they had spent years developing. The trade would either elevate the Eagles to championship success or create internal conflicts that could derail their championship aspirations entirely. Owens arrived in Philadelphia with a reputation for excellence that was matched by his reputation for controversy. During his time with San Francisco, he had established himself as one of the league's premier receivers through spectacular catches, precise route running, and an ability to create separation against any type of coverage. His combination of size, speed, and hands made him virtually impossible to defend in single coverage, while his understanding of defensive concepts allowed him to find openings in zone coverage that less experienced receivers might miss. But Owens' individual brilliance had often been overshadowed by his willingness to create controversies and conflicts that distracted attention from football and created tension within locker rooms. His criticism of former teammates, his disputes with coaches over play calling and offensive philosophy, and his tendency to make himself the center of attention had created problems for every organization he had played for. The partnership between Owens and Eagles quarterback Donovan McNabb represented one of the most intriguing quarterback-receiver combinations in the league. McNabb possessed the arm strength and accuracy necessary to maximize Owens' talents, while Owens provided the kind of reliable target that could help McNabb perform more consistently in pressure situations. McNabb was entering his 6th NFL season and had developed into one of the league's most complete quarterbacks, combining pocket passing ability with mobility and athletic skills that made him dangerous in multiple types of offensive schemes. His understanding of Andy Reid's West Coast influenced system had reached a level of sophistication that allowed him to make quick decisions and accurate throws while also extending plays when protection broke down or receivers weren't immediately open. The quarterback's leadership style was characterized by quiet confidence and professional preparation, rather than vocal intensity or emotional outbursts. He preferred to lead by example rather than confrontation, a style that had been effective with most of his teammates, but would potentially create challenges when working with a receiver who demanded more attention and involvement than traditional offensive systems typically provided. The Eagles' offensive system was built around concepts of timing, precision, and tactical flexibility that emphasized systematic execution rather than individual showcase opportunities. Reid's approach required all players to understand their roles within the larger scheme, while also being prepared to adjust and adapt based on what defenses were trying to do to stop them. This systematic approach had been highly effective for the Eagles over multiple seasons, but it also required buy-in and commitment from all players involved. The addition of Owens represented a test of whether the system could accommodate a player who had historically demanded modifications and adjustments to account for his preferences and playing style. The Eagles weren't the only team making significant personnel changes in pursuit of championship success. Around the league, organizations were adapting their rosters and approaches based on what they had learned from successful teams, while also pursuing innovative strategies that could provide competitive advantages in an increasingly sophisticated and competitive environment. One of the most significant moves involved Randy Moss, the explosive receiver who had been traded from the Minnesota Vikings to the Oakland Raiders during the 2005 offseason. Moss was widely considered one of the most talented receivers in NFL history, possessing a combination of size, speed, and hands that made him virtually unstoppable when he was motivated and properly utilized. But Moss's time in Minnesota had ended amid controversies and conflicts that suggested his relationship with the organization had deteriorated beyond repair. His criticism of the team's offensive approach, his disputes with coaches over playing time and route assignments, and his tendency to take plays off when he wasn't the primary target had created tensions that ultimately led to his departure despite his obvious talent. The trade to Oakland represented both an opportunity and a risk for Moss. The Raiders had a tradition of acquiring talented players who had experienced problems with other organizations, providing them with fresh starts and opportunities to rehabilitate their careers. The team's offensive system, led by quarterback Kerry Collins, had the vertical passing capability necessary to maximize Moss's deep threat ability. But the Raiders were also an organization in transition, dealing with aging ownership, coaching instability, and roster construction challenges that had prevented them from maintaining the championship-level success they had enjoyed during previous decades. The franchise's reputation for dysfunction and poor decision-making raised questions about whether they could provide the kind of environment that would allow Moss to reach his potential. The situation in Oakland was further complicated by the team's recent history of acquiring talented players who had failed to perform at expected levels due to various factors including poor coaching, inadequate supporting cast, or simple lack of motivation. The Raiders had become known as a place where careers went to decline rather than flourish, a reputation that would influence how players and observers viewed Moss's chances for success. Meanwhile, in Pittsburgh, the Steelers were beginning a transition that would ultimately reshape their franchise identity and competitive approach for the remainder of the decade. The organization had selected quarterback Ben Roethlisberger with the 11th overall pick in the 2004 draft, acquiring a player whose combination of size, arm strength, and mobility suggested he could provide the kind of quarterback play that would complement their defensive excellence while also creating new tactical possibilities. Roethlisberger arrived in Pittsburgh with impressive physical tools and college success, but he also faced the challenge of adapting to an organization that had traditionally emphasized defense and conservative offensive philosophy rather than the kind of aggressive passing attacks that were becoming more common throughout the league. The Steelers had built their recent success around defensive dominance and ball control offense, an approach that had been effective but might not fully utilize Roethlisberger's particular talents. The rookie quarterback's development would be overseen by head coach Bill Cowher, a defensive-minded coach who understood the importance of systematic progression and patient development for young players. Cowher's approach emphasized fundamentals, preparation, and the kind of gradual improvement that could create sustainable success rather than short-term results that might not be maintainable. The Steelers' defense remained one of the league's most formidable units, featuring players like linebacker Joey Porter, safety Troy Polamalu, and cornerback Ike Taylor, who could dominate games through individual performance while also executing within a systematic approach that maximized their collective effectiveness. This defensive strength would provide support for Roethlisberger during his development while also creating the kind of championship caliber foundation that could sustain success over multiple seasons. But perhaps the most significant development of the 2004 season wasn't occurring on the field at all, but rather in living rooms, offices, and sports bars across America, where fantasy football was rapidly evolving from a niche hobby into a cultural phenomenon that would fundamentally change how fans engaged with professional football. Fantasy football had existed in various forms for several decades, but the combination of internet technology, expanded statistical coverage, and increased media attention had created an environment where millions of fans were beginning to participate in fantasy leagues that made every NFL game personally meaningful, regardless of team loyalties or geographic connections. The basic concept of fantasy football was simple but revolutionary. Fans would draft teams of real NFL players and score points based on those players' statistical performance in actual games. This created a level of engagement and investment that went beyond traditional team fandom, making every touchdown, every yard gained, and every statistical achievement personally relevant to fantasy participants. The growth of fantasy football was being driven by several technological and cultural factors that were converging to create unprecedented opportunities for fan engagement. Internet websites were providing detailed statistical information, injury reports, and analysis that allowed fantasy participants to make informed decisions about lineup changes and roster management. Television coverage was expanding to include more statistical information and fantasy-relevant commentary that acknowledged this growing segment of the audience. Perhaps most importantly, fantasy football was creating new types of social connections and competitive relationships that enhanced the entertainment value of NFL games. Family members and coworkers were forming leagues that provided year-long competition and social interaction centered around football performance. These relationships were creating additional reasons for people to watch games, follow player performance, and remain engaged with the NFL throughout the entire season. The impact of fantasy football on the league's popularity and cultural relevance was already becoming apparent in 2004, though the full implications wouldn't be understood for several more years. Television ratings were benefiting from fantasy participation as fans were watching games involving teams they might otherwise ignore. In order to follow the performance of players on their fantasy rosters, merchandise sales were changing as fans purchased jerseys and other items featuring players they owned in fantasy leagues, rather than just their favorite teams. Media coverage was also beginning to adapt to acknowledge fantasy football's growing importance, with newspapers, magazines, and television shows providing fantasy-specific analysis and advice alongside traditional team-focused coverage. This expansion of content was creating new opportunities for advertising and sponsorship, while also providing additional value for fans who wanted more detailed information about player performance and statistical trends. The 2004 regular season unfolded with the Patriots continuing their systematic excellence, while other teams pursued championship success through various approaches and strategies. New England's 14-2 record demonstrated that their success wasn't dependent on luck or favorable circumstances, but rather on systematic preparation and execution that could be sustained over multiple seasons and changing roster configurations. Brady's performance throughout the regular season showed continued development and refinement, with his completion percentage, decision-making, and leadership all reaching new levels of excellence. His ability to elevate the performance of different receivers and adapt to personnel changes demonstrated the kind of systematic understanding that separated elite quarterbacks from those who were merely talented. The Patriots' defense continued to excel through preparation and scheme rather than individual dominance, consistently ranking among the league's most effective units while adapting to face different offensive approaches and strategic challenges. Their ability to pressure quarterbacks, defend against both running and passing attacks, and create turnovers in crucial situations remained at championship level. Philadelphia's regular season was similarly successful, with the Eagles compiling a 13-3 record that validated their decision to acquire Terrell Owens despite the potential risks involved. The partnership between Owens and McNabb had proven highly effective, with the receiver providing the kind of reliable target and big play capability that had been missing from previous Eagles teams. Owens' statistical production was spectacular, with over 7,400 receiving yards and 14 touchdowns that demonstrated his ability to dominate games when properly utilized. His presence had opened up the offense for other receivers, while also providing McNabb with a security blanket that allowed him to play with greater confidence and aggressiveness. But even as the on-field partnership flourished, there were signs of the personality conflicts that would eventually undermine the Eagles' championship aspirations. Owens' demands for more involvement in the offense His criticism of play-calling decisions and his tendency to create controversies were beginning to create tensions within the organization that could potentially affect performance in crucial situations. The Oakland Raiders season with Randy Moss was more disappointing, with the receiver's production declining significantly from his Minnesota levels, while questions about his motivation and commitment became increasingly prominent. The Raiders' offensive system hadn't maximized Moss's talents, while the team's overall dysfunction had created an environment where individual excellence was difficult to achieve, regardless of talent level. Pittsburgh's season with rookie Ben Roethlisberger was surprisingly successful, with the young quarterback demonstrating poise and playmaking ability that suggested he could become a franchise player much more quickly than most observers had anticipated. His mobility and arm strength had created new tactical possibilities for the Steelers' offense, while his leadership and competitive spirit had earned the respect of veteran teammates. As the 2004 playoffs approached, multiple teams possessed legitimate championship aspirations and the talent necessary to challenge the Patriots' pursuit of dynasty status. The competitive balance created by the salary cap and the continued evolution of coaching and strategic approaches had created an environment where upsets were possible and sustained dominance was increasingly difficult to achieve. The AFC playoffs would feature several compelling matchups and storylines, with teams representing different approaches to championship building, competing under the intense pressure and scrutiny that defined postseason football. The Patriots' systematic excellence would be tested by opponents who had studied their methods and developed strategies specifically designed to exploit any weaknesses or vulnerabilities. The Patriots' divisional round game came against the Indianapolis Colts, setting up another chapter in the developing rivalry between Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. The Colts had compiled another outstanding regular season record behind Manning's record-setting statistical performance, including 49 touchdown passes that demonstrated the explosive potential of their offensive attack. The game was played in harsh weather conditions at Gillette Stadium, with snow and wind creating the kind of environment that typically favored defensive teams and conservative offensive approaches. The conditions would test both teams' ability to adapt their strategies while maintaining execution under difficult circumstances. New England's experience in adverse weather conditions proved decisive as the Patriots executed their game plan effectively, while the Colts struggled to maintain the precision and timing that made their passing attack so dangerous. Brady was efficient and mistake-free, managing the game situation perfectly while avoiding the turnovers that could have given Indianapolis short fields and scoring opportunities. The final score was 20-3 in favor of the Patriots, a result that sent New England to another AFC Championship game, while ending another promising Colts season with playoff disappointment. Manning's struggles in adverse conditions and pressure situations continued to raise questions about his ability to perform in championship moments, while Brady's consistent excellence in crucial games further enhanced his reputation as a clutch performer. The AFC Championship game would feature the Patriots against the Pittsburgh Steelers, a matchup between Ben Roethlisberger in his first playoff appearance and Brady's championship experience. The game would be played at Heinz Field, giving Pittsburgh a significant home field advantage in front of one of the NFL's most passionate fan bases. The Steelers had compiled an impressive 15-1 regular season record, with Roethlisberger starting most of the season after an injury to veteran quarterback Tommy Maddox. The rookie had demonstrated remarkable poise and playmaking ability, leading Pittsburgh to victory after victory while learning to execute within their system and adapt to different defensive schemes. But the AFC Championship game would provide Roethlisberger with his first taste of championship-level pressure against a Patriots team that had proven capable of performing at their highest level in the most crucial situations. The contrast between experience and talent would be evident throughout the game, as both teams attempted to impose their strategic approaches while adapting to whatever their opponents were trying to accomplish. The Patriots' championship experience proved decisive once again as they executed crucial plays in pressure situations while forcing the young Steelers quarterback into mistakes that prevented Pittsburgh from maintaining drives or creating scoring opportunities. Brady was characteristically excellent in crucial moments, making accurate throws and smart decisions that kept the Patriots' offense Moving forward, New England won 41-27, a more comfortable margin than many had anticipated, and one that demonstrated their ability to perform at peak levels when championship opportunities were at stake. The victory sent the Patriots to their third Super Bowl in 4 years, while establishing them as one of the most successful dynasties in modern NFL history. The NFC playoffs had featured their own drama and compelling storylines, with the Philadelphia Eagles finally breaking through to reach their first Super Bowl since 1980. The Eagles had navigated their way through the postseason with a combination of offensive explosiveness and defensive solidity that suggested they possessed the talent and coaching necessary to challenge the Patriots' championship pursuit. Philadelphia's NFC Championship victory over the Atlanta Falcons had been particularly satisfying for an organization that had experienced heartbreak in 3 previous conference championship games. The Eagles had dominated the game from start to finish, with McNabb and Owens connecting for multiple touchdowns, while the defense effectively contained Michael Vick and the Falcons' unique offensive approach. Super Bowl XXX would feature the New England Patriots against the Philadelphia Eagles, a matchup that represented different approaches to team building, but similar levels of organizational excellence and coaching sophistication. The game was expected to be closely contested, with both teams possessing the offensive capability and defensive strength necessary to win championships. The build-up to the game was dominated by storylines about the Patriots' pursuit of dynasty status, the Eagles' long-awaited breakthrough to the Super Bowl, and the anticipated battle between 2 of the league's most complete and well-coached teams. Both organizations had built their success through systematic approaches rather than individual brilliance, suggesting that execution and preparation would be more important than spectacular individual performances. Super Bowl XXX was played at Alltel Stadium in Jacksonville, providing a neutral setting for what many expected to be one of the most competitive championship games in recent history. The atmosphere was electric, with fans from both teams creating the kind of environment that could either inspire great performances or overwhelm less experienced players. The game itself began as the defensive struggle that many had anticipated, with both teams demonstrating the kind of disciplined, physical play that had characterized their championship runs. Neither offense was able to establish early dominance, as both defenses were executing their game plans effectively while avoiding the mistakes that could give opponents advantageous field position. The Patriots struck first with a touchdown drive that showcased their systematic offensive approach, with Brady completing a series of short passes that methodically moved the team down the field while avoiding the risky throws that could result in turnovers. The drive was characteristic of New England's championship approach, precise and perfectly executed when opportunities presented themselves. Philadelphia responded with their own touchdown drive, featuring the kind of explosive plays that had made their offense so dangerous throughout the season. McNabb connected with Owens on several spectacular catches that demonstrated both players' ability to perform in the biggest moments, while the Eagles' balanced attack kept the Patriots' defense from focusing exclusively on stopping any single threat. The game remained close throughout, with both teams trading scores and defensive stops in a contest that lived up to expectations for competitive intensity and strategic sophistication. Both coaching staffs were making adjustments and adaptations that demonstrated their understanding of championship-level preparation and in-game management. But in the fourth quarter, with the game on the line and championship dreams at stake, the Patriots' experience and systematic approach once again proved decisive. Brady led a methodical touchdown drive that gave New England a 24-21 lead with just over 5 minutes remaining, putting pressure on the Eagles to respond with a touchdown of their own to force overtime or potentially win the game. Philadelphia's final drive featured both the explosive potential and the limitations that had characterized their season. McNabb made several spectacular throws under pressure, while Owens contributed crucial catches, despite playing with an ankle injury that had been expected to keep him out of the game entirely. But the Eagles were unable to sustain their drive consistently, settling for field position and time management challenges that ultimately prevented them from reaching the end zone. The Patriots' defense made crucial stops when they were needed most, pressuring McNabb into hurried throws while maintaining coverage on Eagles receivers who were trying to make game-saving catches. New England's systematic preparation and championship experience were evident in their ability to execute under the intense pressure that characterized the final minutes of a Super Bowl. When the game ended, the Patriots had won 24-21, capturing their third championship in 4 years and establishing themselves as one of the most successful dynasties in NFL history. The victory validated their systematic approach to team building, while demonstrating that sustained excellence was possible even under the constraints of the salary cap system. Brady was named Super Bowl MVP for the second time, completing 93 of 33 passes for 236 yards and 2 touchdowns, while avoiding interceptions and managing the game situation perfectly. His performance demonstrated the continued development that had made him one of the league's elite quarterbacks, while also showcasing the championship-level poise that separated him from other talented players. The Patriots' championship represented the culmination of years of systematic building and organizational development, but it also marked the end of an era as salary cap pressures and aging would force roster changes that would challenge their ability to maintain championship-level performance. Their 3 championships in 4 years had established new standards for organizational excellence and systematic success. Philadelphia's Super Bowl loss was heartbreaking for an organization and fan base that had waited 24 years for another championship opportunity, but it also represented validation of their team-building approach and the breakthrough that many had thought might never come. The Eagles had proven they could compete with the NFL's best teams, though questions would persist about their ability to maintain that level while managing the personality challenges that continued to surround Terrell Owens. The aftermath of Super Bowl Langstammmann and Sunderson would influence the remainder of the decade, as teams throughout the league studied the Patriots' methods while pursuing their own approaches to sustain success. The dynasty that New England had achieved would serve as both inspiration and challenge for organizations attempting to build championship-level programs under the constraints and competitive pressures that defined modern professional football. Fantasy football's continued growth throughout the 2004 season had demonstrated its potential to fundamentally change how fans engaged with the NFL, creating new revenue streams, media opportunities, and cultural connections that would influence the league's development for years to come. The intersection of technology, statistical analysis, and competitive gaming had created possibilities that were only beginning to be understood and exploited. Most importantly, the 2004 season had demonstrated that excellence was achievable through multiple approaches, but that sustained success required the kind of systematic thinking, organizational culture, and adaptability that only the most sophisticated organizations could develop and maintain. The lessons learned from the Patriots' dynasty and the Eagles' breakthrough would influence strategic thinking throughout professional football for the remainder of the decade and beyond. The 2005 season began with an NFL landscape forever altered by the New England Patriots' championship dominance, but it would ultimately be remembered as the year when conventional wisdom about playoff seeding, home field advantage, and championship prerequisites was shattered by one of the most improbable title runs in professional sports history. The Pittsburgh Steelers would accomplish something that had never been done in the Super Bowl era: win a championship as the 6th and final seed in their conference, defeating 3 higher-seeded teams on the road before claiming their 5th Lombardi Trophy in franchise history. But to understand the magnitude of this achievement and the circumstances that made it possible, we must first examine how the Steelers found themselves in such an unlikely position, despite possessing championship-caliber talent and one of the league's most successful organizational cultures. Pittsburgh had entered the 2005 season with legitimate Super Bowl aspirations, coming off their 15-1 regular season and AFC Championship game appearance the previous year, with Ben Roethlisberger having demonstrated that he could perform at an elite level despite his youth and relative inexperience. The expectations surrounding the Steelers were enormous, both within the organization and throughout the football world. Roethlisberger had shown remarkable poise and playmaking ability during his rookie campaign, leading Pittsburgh to an outstanding regular season record, while earning the respect of veteran teammates who understood the challenges facing young quarterbacks in the NFL. His combination of size, arm strength, and mobility had created new tactical possibilities, For an offense that had traditionally relied on conservative game management and defensive dominance, head coach Bill Cowher had managed Roethlisberger's development carefully during his rookie season, gradually expanding his responsibilities and decision-making authority as his comfort level and understanding of the system improved. This patient approach had allowed the young quarterback to build confidence while avoiding the kinds of early struggles that could derail development and create lasting problems with technique or decision-making. The Steelers' offensive system was evolving to incorporate more aggressive passing concepts while maintaining the physical running game and ball control philosophy that had defined the organization's identity for decades. The presence of Jerome Bettis at running back provided both on-field production and veteran leadership that helped younger players understand what was required to succeed in Pittsburgh's demanding environment. Bettis, known as the Bus for his powerful running style and ability to carry the offensive load when necessary, was entering what many expected to be his final season after a Hall of Fame career that had seen him rush for over 13,000 yards while establishing himself as one of the most reliable and respected players of his generation. His combination of power, vision, and determination had made him perfect for Pittsburgh's physical style of play, while his leadership and professionalism had earned him the respect of teammates, coaches, and opponents throughout the league. The veteran running back's story was particularly compelling because of his personal connection to Detroit, where he had been born and raised before attending the University of Notre Dame and beginning his professional career with the Los Angeles Rams. Bettis had always dreamed of playing in a Super Bowl, but as his career progressed and opportunities became more limited, that dream seemed increasingly unlikely to be fulfilled. The Steelers' defense remained one of the league's most formidable units, featuring a collection of talented players who understood their roles within defensive coordinator Dick LeBeau's sophisticated scheme. LeBeau's system emphasized aggression, complexity, and the kind of disguised coverages and pressure packages that could confuse even the most experienced quarterbacks and offensive coordinators. The defense was anchored by safety Troy Polamalu, whose combination of instincts, athleticism, and football intelligence made him one of the most disruptive players in the league. Polamalu's ability to read offensive formations and react accordingly allowed him to make plays from anywhere on the field, whether he was covering receivers, supporting the run defense, or rushing the quarterback from unexpected angles. Linebacker Joey Porter provided pass rushing ability and emotional leadership that complemented the defense's technical sophistication with the kind of intensity and competitive fire that elevated everyone's performance. Porter's trash-talking and aggressive play had made him one of the league's most recognizable defenders, while also demonstrating the kind of championship-level commitment that was necessary for post-season success. But despite all this talent and organizational excellence, the 2005 regular season unfolded in ways that surprised and disappointed both the Steelers and their supporters. Rather than building on their previous year's success, Pittsburgh struggled with consistency and execution, suffering unexpected losses to inferior opponents, while failing to establish the kind of dominance that their talent level suggested should be routine. Roethlisberger, in particular, experienced the kinds of growing pains that were perhaps inevitable for a young quarterback facing increased expectations and more sophisticated defensive game planning. Opponents had spent the offseason studying film from his rookie season, identifying tendencies and weaknesses that could be exploited through scheme and personnel deployment. The sophomore slump that affected Roethlisberger wasn't just about individual performance. It reflected the broader challenges facing any team trying to maintain championship-level success, while adapting to increased attention and preparation from opponents who understood that defeating Pittsburgh could provide significant competitive and psychological advantages. Throughout the regular season, the Steelers showed flashes of their championship potential while also displaying the kind of inconsistency that prevented them from securing home field advantage or even a division. Their 11-5 record was respectable, but disappointing given their expectations, and it left them as the 6th seed in the AFC playoffs, a position that would require them to win 4 games, all on the road, to capture the Super Bowl. The conventional wisdom suggested that the Steelers' championship hopes were essentially over before the playoffs began. No 6th seed had ever won a Super Bowl, and the historical data overwhelmingly favored teams with home field advantage and higher seeding. The road through the AFC playoffs would require Pittsburgh to defeat the Indianapolis Colts, Denver Broncos, and New England Patriots, three teams that had compiled excellent regular season records while playing in front of their home crowds. But what conventional wisdom failed to account for was the unique chemistry and resilience that had developed within the Steelers organization, qualities that would prove more valuable than seeding or home field advantage when championship opportunities were at stake. The team's veteran leadership, championship experience, and systematic preparation had created an environment where players could perform at their highest levels regardless of external circumstances or historical precedents. The wild card round matchup against the Indianapolis Colts represented the most daunting possible starting point for Pittsburgh's championship run. The Colts had compiled a 14-2 regular season record behind Peyton Manning's exceptional performance, and they were playing at home in the RCA Dome, where they had been virtually unbeatable during the regular season. Manning was at the peak of his powers, having thrown for 3,747 yards and 28 touchdowns, while completing 67.6% of his passes, and demonstrating the kind of pre-snap mastery that made him one of the most difficult quarterbacks in the league to defend against. The Colts' offensive system was perfectly suited to the controlled environment of a dome stadium, where weather conditions never affected the precision and timing that made their passing attack so dangerous. Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne provided Manning with two of the most reliable and talented receivers in the league, while running back Edgerrin James offered the kind of versatility and production that kept defenses from focusing exclusively on stopping the passing game. Indianapolis had built their offense around the principle of systematic perfection, with every route, every timing pattern, and every adjustment practiced to the point where execution became automatic rather than conscious. Manning's pre-snap preparation was legendary throughout the league, and his ability to identify defensive weaknesses and adjust plays accordingly had made the Colts' offense virtually unstoppable when they were operating at peak efficiency. But the Steelers' defensive approach was specifically designed to disrupt the kind of timing and precision that made dome teams so effective. LeBeau's scheme emphasized disguised coverages, delayed blitzes, and the kind of post-snap movement that could confuse even the most prepared quarterbacks. Pittsburgh's defensive players were taught to be unpredictable in their alignment and movement, making it difficult for offensive coordinators to identify their intentions before the snap. The wild card game became a masterclass in defensive game planning and execution, as the Steelers consistently frustrated Manning and the Colts' offensive attack through pressure, coverage, and the kind of physical play that disrupted Indianapolis's preferred rhythm and timing. Pittsburgh forced turnovers at crucial moments while limiting the big plays that typically characterized the Colts' offensive production. Perhaps most importantly, the Steelers' offense managed to control the game's tempo and field position through a balanced attack that kept Manning and the Colts' offense off the field for extended periods. Roethlisberger was efficient rather than spectacular, making the kinds of smart decisions and accurate throws that sustained drives and created scoring opportunities without turning the ball over or giving Indianapolis short fields. The final score was 21-18 in favor of Pittsburgh, a result that shocked most neutral observers and sent the Steelers to the divisional round with momentum and confidence that would prove crucial in subsequent games. The victory had demonstrated that regular season dominance didn't guarantee playoff success, and that preparation and execution could overcome advantages in talent or circumstances. Manning's playoff struggles continued with another disappointing loss, raising questions about his ability to perform in pressure situations that would persist throughout his career. The contrast between his regular season excellence and post-season struggles became one of the defining narratives of the 2000s, illustrating the difference between statistical achievement and championship success. The divisional round brought an even greater challenge as the Steelers traveled to Denver to face the Broncos in Mile High Stadium, one of the most difficult road environments in the NFL. The altitude, crowd noise, and hostile atmosphere had made Denver a virtual fortress during the regular season, while the Broncos' balanced offensive attack and aggressive defense suggested they possessed all the tools necessary to end Pittsburgh's improbable championship run. Denver was led by quarterback Jake Plummer, a veteran who had found new life in Mike Shanahan's offensive system after struggling with consistency during previous stops in his career. Plummer's mobility and arm strength were perfectly suited to the Broncos' attack, which emphasized misdirection, play action, and the kind of creative play calling that could keep defenses off balance and create big play opportunities. The Broncos' running game was anchored by a combination of talented backs who could contribute in different situations and roles, while their receiving core featured players who could stretch the field vertically while also working effectively in shorter passing concepts. Denver's offensive line was among the best in the league at creating running lanes and providing protection for their quarterback. But once again, the Steelers' defensive preparation and execution proved decisive in neutralizing an opponent's strengths while creating the turnovers and field position advantages that allowed their own offense to operate effectively. Pittsburgh's ability to pressure Plummer while maintaining coverage on Denver's receivers prevented the Broncos from establishing the kind of offensive rhythm that had made them so successful during the regular season. The game was decided by the Steelers' ability to make crucial plays in pressure situations, with both their offense and defense contributing to a 34-17 victory that sent Pittsburgh to the AFC Championship game against the defending Super Bowl champion New England Patriots. The margin of victory was more comfortable than many had anticipated, demonstrating that the Steelers were playing at a championship level regardless of their seeding or road status. The AFC Championship game would provide the ultimate test of Pittsburgh's championship credentials, as they faced a Patriots team that had won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, while establishing themselves as one of the most successful dynasties in NFL history. New England was playing at home in Gillette Stadium, where they had been virtually unbeatable in playoff games, with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick possessing the kind of championship experience that had proven decisive in similar situations. The Patriots had compiled a 10-6 regular season record that was modest by their championship standards, but they had demonstrated throughout their dynasty that regular season performance was less important than their ability to elevate their play during the postseason. Brady remained one of the most clutch performers in the league, while Belichick's game planning and in-game adjustments had consistently given New England advantages over more talented opponents. The Steelers understood that defeating the Patriots in Foxborough would require their best performance of the season, while also demonstrating the kind of poise and execution that characterized championship-level teams. Pittsburgh's players and coaches had spent the week preparing not just tactically, but mentally for the intense pressure and hostile environment that awaited them. The game itself became one of the most physical and hard-fought contests in recent playoff history, with both teams demonstrating the kind of championship-level intensity and preparation that separated elite organizations from merely talented teams. The Patriots' experience and systematic approach were evident in their execution and adjustments, while the Steelers' youth and athleticism created problems that New England struggled to solve throughout the game. Pittsburgh's defense was particularly effective at disrupting the Patriots' preferred offensive rhythm, pressuring Brady while maintaining tight coverage on New England's receivers. The Steelers' ability to generate pressure without blitzing additional defenders allowed them to maintain coverage, while also forcing Brady into hurried throws and difficult decisions. Roethlisberger, meanwhile, was playing the best football of his young career, making spectacular throws under pressure, while also demonstrating the kind of poise and decision-making that suggested he was ready to perform at a championship level. His mobility and arm strength created problems for the Patriots' defense, while his leadership kept Pittsburgh focused and confident despite the hostile environment. The final score was 34-20 in favor of the Steelers, a victory that was more decisive than most observers had thought possible, and one that sent Pittsburgh to their first Super Bowl since 1995. The margin of victory reflected the Steelers' superior execution and preparation, while also demonstrating that championship dynasties were not invincible when faced with properly motivated and prepared opponents. The victory was particularly satisfying for Jerome Bettis, who was finally reaching the Super Bowl in what was expected to be his final season The veteran running back's emotional reaction to the victory became one of the defining images of the 2005 playoffs, as tears of joy and relief streamed down his face while he celebrated with teammates who understood the significance of this moment for their respected leader. But the emotion surrounding Bettis's achievement was magnified exponentially when it was announced that Super Bowl XL would be played at Ford Field in Detroit, the city where the veteran running back had been born and raised. The prospect of Bettis playing in his final game in his hometown created a storyline that transcended sports and captured the imagination of football fans throughout the country. The homecoming narrative was compelling on multiple levels, combining personal achievement with geographic significance, while also highlighting the unpredictable nature of professional sports and the role that fate and circumstance can play in determining memorable outcomes. Bettis had spent his entire career dreaming of reaching the Super Bowl, and now he would have the opportunity to compete for a championship in front of family members, childhood friends, and the community that had supported his development from youth football through his professional career. The Pittsburgh organization understood the significance of this moment and embraced the emotional storylines that were developing around their championship run. Rather than viewing them as distractions, the Steelers recognized that these narratives could provide additional motivation and focus that would help them perform at their highest level when the championship was at stake. The Super Bowl matchup against the Seattle Seahawks represented a meeting between two organizations that had built their success through different approaches but shared similar commitments to systematic excellence and organizational culture. Seattle had compiled a 13-3 regular season record while establishing themselves as one of the NFC's most complete teams, with strengths on both sides of the ball that suggested they possessed all the tools necessary for championship success. The Seahawks were led by quarterback Matt Hasselbeck, a veteran who had developed into one of the league's most reliable and effective players under head coach Mike Holmgren's West Coast offensive system. Hasselbeck's accuracy, decision-making, and leadership had made him the perfect fit for Seattle's systematic approach, while his understanding of Holmgren's scheme allowed the Seahawks to execute complex game plans with consistency and precision. Seattle's offensive system was built around the principles of timing, precision, and tactical flexibility that had made Holmgren successful throughout his coaching career with the Green Bay Packers and other organizations. The Seahawks emphasized quick decision-making, accurate passing, and the kind of methodical ball control that could neutralize opponents' defensive strengths while creating sustained scoring opportunities. The running game was anchored by Shaun Alexander, who had enjoyed one of the greatest individual seasons in NFL history by rushing for 1,080 yards and 27 touchdowns while demonstrating the kind of vision, acceleration, and finishing ability that made him virtually unstoppable when Seattle's offensive line was creating running lanes and movement. Alexander's combination of speed and power had made him one of the most feared offensive weapons in the league. Seattle's receiving corps was led by veterans like Darrell Jackson and Bobby Engram, players who understood route concepts and possessed the reliability necessary to execute Holmgren's system effectively. Their ability to create separation and make catches in traffic had given Hasselbeck the kind of targets that allowed him to operate with confidence and precision. The Seahawks' defense was perhaps less celebrated than their offensive units, but it featured players who understood their roles within defensive coordinator Ray Rhodes' system, while also possessing the individual talent necessary to make plays when opportunities presented themselves. Seattle's defensive approach emphasized discipline, communication, and the kind of systematic execution that complemented their offensive philosophy. But as Super Bowl XL approached, the focus wasn't just on the tactical matchups and strategic considerations that would determine the game's outcome. The officiating crew led by referee Bill Levy would become one of the most controversial aspects of the championship game, making several decisions that Seattle players, coaches, and fans would argue significantly affected the contest's result. Super Bowl XL was played at Ford Field in Detroit, providing the perfect setting for Jerome Bettis's homecoming, while also offering a controlled environment where weather conditions wouldn't affect the precision passing games that both teams preferred to employ. The atmosphere was electric, with fans from both teams creating the kind of environment that could either inspire great performances or overwhelm less experienced players. The game itself began with both teams demonstrating the kind of nervous energy that often characterizes Super Bowl contests, as players adjusted to the magnitude of the moment while trying to execute game plans that had been practiced and refined for weeks. Neither offense was able to establish early dominance, with both defenses executing effectively while avoiding the mistakes that could give opponents short fields or easy scoring opportunities. The first controversial officiating decision came early in the first quarter when Seattle appeared to score a touchdown on a pass from Hasselbeck to Darrell Jackson, only to have the play nullified by a penalty for offensive pass interference that many observers felt was questionable at best. The call eliminated 6 points from Seattle's total, while also affecting field position and momentum in ways that would influence subsequent possessions. The Seahawks' frustration with the officiating continued throughout the game, as several other crucial decisions went against them in situations where different calls could have significantly altered the contest's outcome. A holding penalty that negated a long Seattle touchdown run, a low block penalty that pushed the Seahawks out of field goal range, and several other calls created the impression that the officiating crew was either incompetent or biased against Seattle. Pittsburgh, meanwhile, was executing their game plan effectively while taking advantage of the opportunities that were being created through Seattle's penalties and mistakes. Roethlisberger wasn't playing his best game, completing only 9 of 21 passes for 123 yards, but he was avoiding turnovers while making crucial throws when they were needed most. The Steelers' running game was controlling the line of scrimmage and creating the kind of physical presence that allowed them to control the game's tempo, while also wearing down Seattle's defense through repeated contact and grinding execution. Willie Parker provided explosive plays when opportunities presented themselves, including a 75-yard touchdown run that demonstrated his speed and acceleration, while also showcasing Pittsburgh's offensive line's ability to create running lanes. But perhaps the most spectacular play of the game came when Roethlisberger connected with receiver Antoine Randall L. on a perfectly executed trick play that resulted in a 43-yard touchdown pass that effectively sealed Pittsburgh's victory. The play call demonstrated the Steelers' preparation and creativity, while also highlighting their ability to execute complex concepts under championship pressure. The final score was 21-10 in favor of Pittsburgh, giving the Steelers their 5th Super Bowl championship and validating their improbable playoff run, while also providing Jerome Bettis with a storybook ending to his Hall of Fame career that he had dreamed about since childhood. The victory celebration was emotional and cathartic, with Bettis's joy and relief serving as the perfect symbol of what the championship meant to the entire organization. For Seattle, the Super Bowl loss was devastating in ways that extended far beyond simple disappointment over a single game's result. The Seahawks had been the better team for most of the contest, but questionable officiating and crucial mistakes had prevented them from capturing their first championship in franchise history. The loss would haunt the organization and its fans for years to come, creating the foundation for what many would describe as a franchise curse that seemed to prevent Seattle from achieving ultimate success. Despite repeated opportunities, the officiating controversy surrounding Super Bowl XL would persist long after the game ended, with referee Bill Levy eventually admitting years later that his crew had made several incorrect decisions that affected the contest's outcome. This admission provided vindication for Seattle fans who had felt cheated out of a championship, but it couldn't change the result or eliminate the pain of losing their best opportunity to win a Super Bowl. The broader implications of Super Bowl XL extended throughout the NFL and influenced discussions about officiating standards, training, and accountability that would continue throughout the decade. The controversy highlighted the subjective nature of many penalty calls, while also demonstrating how officiating decisions could affect championship outcomes in ways that were difficult to justify or accept. But perhaps more importantly, Super Bowl XL had demonstrated that championship success wasn't simply a matter of talent or regular season performance, but rather required the kind of systematic preparation, organizational culture, and competitive resilience that could overcome adverse circumstances and unexpected challenges. The Steelers' victory as a sixth seed had shattered conventional wisdom, while proving that any team reaching the playoffs possessed the potential for championship success if they could execute at their highest level when opportunities presented themselves. The 2005 season had also been notable for several individual performances and storylines that would influence the league's development throughout the remainder of the decade. Steve Smith of the Carolina Panthers had emerged as one of the most dominant receivers in the NFL, compiling over 1,500 receiving yards and 12 touchdowns, while demonstrating the kind of explosive playmaking ability that made him virtually impossible to defend in single coverage. Smith's success was particularly impressive, given his size disadvantage compared to many other elite receivers. At just 5'9" and 185 pounds, Smith was significantly smaller than most of the players he competed against, but his combination of speed, agility, and competitive fire made him one of the most feared offensive weapons in the league. His ability to create separation through route running technique and his fearless approach to catching passes in traffic had made him the centerpiece of Carolina's offensive attack. The Panthers had compiled an 11-5 regular season record behind Smith's exceptional performance, earning a playoff berth and demonstrating that their Super Bowl appearance 2 years earlier hadn't been an aberration. Carolina's success validated their organizational approach, while also highlighting the importance of developing star players who could elevate the performance of teammates and create advantages that were difficult for opponents to counter through scheme or personnel adjustments. But despite Smith's individual brilliance and the team's regular season success, the Panthers were eliminated in the NFC Championship game, falling just short of another Super Bowl appearance, in a loss that highlighted the razor-thin margins that often separate championship success from disappointing failure. The defeat was particularly frustrating for an organization that understood their championship window might be limited by salary cap constraints and aging personnel. Peyton Manning's continued playoff struggles had become one of the most prominent storylines of the 2005 season, as the Indianapolis quarterback's exceptional regular season performance was once again overshadowed by disappointing postseason results. Manning's inability to lead the Colts to championship success, despite his individual excellence, raised questions about his ability to perform in pressure situations, while also highlighting the difference between statistical achievement and winning football. The contrast between Manning's regular season dominance and playoff struggles became a source of intense debate among fans, media, and football analysts who attempted to identify the factors that prevented him from translating his individual brilliance into team success. Some argued that Manning was unfairly criticized for team failures that weren't entirely his responsibility, while others suggested that his approach to the game wasn't suited to the kind of physical pressure-packed football that characterized playoff competition. The debate over Manning's playoff performance would continue throughout the decade, influencing discussions about quarterback evaluation, statistical analysis, and the relative importance of individual achievement versus team success. His struggles served as a counterpoint to Tom Brady's clutch performances and championship success, creating one of the defining rivalries and narrative tensions of the 2000s. The 2005 season had also featured continued growth in fantasy football participation and cultural influence, as millions of fans were increasingly engaged with individual player statistics and performance, rather than just team success and traditional loyalties. This trend was changing how games were watched, how players were evaluated, and how the NFL marketed itself to maintain and expand its audience. Television coverage was adapting to acknowledge fantasy football's growing importance, with broadcasts including more statistical information, injury updates, and player-specific analysis that served the needs of fantasy participants while also providing additional entertainment value for traditional fans. The expansion of Sunday afternoon programming and the growth of dedicated fantasy analysis shows demonstrated the economic potential of this developing market segment. The emergence of online fantasy platforms and expanded statistical databases was creating new opportunities for fan engagement while also providing the NFL with additional revenue streams and marketing possibilities. The league was beginning to understand that fantasy football could increase viewership, merchandise sales, and overall engagement in ways that traditional team-based marketing couldn't achieve. Perhaps most importantly, The 2005 season had demonstrated that championship success remained unpredictable and achievable for any organization willing to commit to systematic excellence and organizational culture development. The Steelers' improbable championship run as a sixth seed had proven that talent alone wasn't sufficient for sustained success, but that preparation, leadership, and competitive resilience could overcome disadvantages in seeding, home field advantage, and conventional expectations. The lessons learned from Pittsburgh's championship run would influence strategic planning throughout the league, as teams recognized that building successful playoff teams required different approaches and priorities than simply compiling impressive regular season records. The emphasis on clutch performance, championship experience, and systematic preparation would become increasingly important as organizations attempted to navigate the complexities of salary cap management while maintaining competitive excellence. The 2005 season had also highlighted the continued importance of veteran leadership and experienced players who understood how to perform in pressure situations. Jerome Bettis's emotional journey from potential retirement to championship success in his hometown had provided the perfect illustration of how individual stories could enhance team achievement while creating the kind of motivation and focus that separated championship teams from those that merely possessed talent. The development of young stars like Ben Roethlisberger, Steve Smith, and others demonstrated that individual excellence remained crucial for team success, but that such excellence needed to be channeled through systematic approaches and organizational cultures that could maximize talent while minimizing the inconsistencies and mistakes that prevented sustained achievement. As the 2005 season concluded with Pittsburgh's emotional championship celebration in Detroit, the NFL was positioned for continued growth and evolution throughout the remainder of the decade. The success of a sixth-seeded team had challenged conventional wisdom, while proving that championship opportunities existed for any organization capable of systematic excellence when the stakes were highest. The controversial officiating in Super Bowl XL had raised important questions about standards and accountability that would influence league policies and training programs for years to come, while Seattle's heartbreaking loss had created narrative tension and emotional investment that would enhance future storylines and competitive interest. Most importantly, the 2005 season had demonstrated that football remained beautifully unpredictable, despite increased statistical analysis and systematic approaches to team building, providing the kind of dramatic outcomes and emotional satisfaction that made professional sports culturally relevant and personally meaningful for millions of participants and observers around the world. The 2006 season dawned with one of the most compelling and unresolved narratives in professional football still hanging over the entire league like storm clouds gathering on a distant horizon. Peyton Manning, widely regarded as one of the most talented and intelligent quarterbacks ever to play the game, remained without a championship. Despite 8 seasons of statistical excellence that had redefined what individual success could look like in the modern NFL, his regular season achievements were staggering, his preparation was legendary, and his understanding of offensive football was considered unmatched by coaches and analysts throughout the sport. Yet every January, when the playoffs arrived and championship dreams hung in the balance, Manning and the Indianapolis Colts had found ways to fall short of their ultimate goal. The pattern had become so consistent and so frustrating that it had generated intense debate about Manning's place among the game's elite players, with critics arguing that his inability to win in crucial moments disqualified him from conversations about greatness, while supporters maintained that individual success in a team sport shouldn't be judged solely by championship outcomes. The weight of these expectations and criticisms had become almost unbearable for Manning and the Colts organization, creating pressure that seemed to intensify with each passing season and each additional playoff disappointment. Manning himself had become increasingly frustrated, with questions about his postseason performance, pointing to statistical achievements and team success that should have validated his excellence but somehow felt incomplete without the championship that had eluded him. The contrast with Tom Brady and the New England Patriots made Manning's situation even more painful. Brady had won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, despite statistical production that was impressive, but not historically dominant, creating the perception that he possessed some indefinable quality that Manning lacked. The debate between the two quarterbacks had become one of the defining storylines of the decade, with Manning representing individual excellence and Brady embodying team success. Indianapolis entered the 2006 season with perhaps their best opportunity, yet to break through and capture the championship that had frustrated them for so many years. Their roster was loaded with talent at every position, their coaching staff was experienced and sophisticated, and their offensive system had reached a level of precision and complexity that made them dangerous against any opponent when they were executing properly. The Colts' offensive line had been rebuilt and improved through careful drafting and strategic free agent acquisitions, providing Manning with the kind of protection that would allow him to operate without constant pressure, while also creating running lanes for a ground game that could complement their explosive passing attack. The addition of players who understood their roles within the system, while possessing the individual talent to execute at championship levels, had transformed Indianapolis from a one-dimensional team into a balanced offensive threat. Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne continued to provide Manning with two of the most reliable and talented receivers in the league, their route-running precision and hands creating the kind of consistent targets that made the Colts' passing game virtually unstoppable when timing and execution were properly synchronized. Harrison, in particular, had developed an almost telepathic connection with Manning, understanding route adjustments and defensive reads in ways that allowed them to exploit any weakness or coverage mistake. But perhaps the most significant development was the emergence of young players who could contribute immediately, while also providing depth and versatility that had been lacking in previous seasons. The Colts had invested heavily in building a roster that could withstand injuries and maintain performance levels throughout a grueling season and demanding playoffs, understanding that championship teams needed more than just star players to achieve ultimate success. Tonight, we journey back to a time when professional football looked nothing like the sport we know today, when quarterbacks were little more than blocking specialists whose primary job